On the ice with a Ginla. A Ginla. Crosby scores! Sidney Crosby! The golden goal! And Canada has once in a lifetime Olympic gold!
There's McDavid!
Scores! Connor McDavid!
Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
Not 87, but 97.
His step-out moment. This is perfect.
Best on best, and early to start. That's another one of the tweaks. And away we go. Winner goes to the gold medal game on Sunday. Ristolainen starts up front, and that'll be as combined for each of the opening goals for Canada. Celebrity's got a couple. Here is Wilson looking to center in front, and play halted 50 seconds in as the top line goes to work.
And the pace on the forecheck for that first line paying dividends again.
Presence felt early in this one. Up ahead it goes to Celebrity. Flying in is McDavid. Connor McDavid back in front, and Saros with a huge stop there.
Good things are going to happen. That's an excellent save for UC Saros.
Stone Marner following up, trying to feed it back. Granlund there, and the puck out to center. The pile Granlund across. Here comes Hintz with a shot. And the rebound played by Suzuki. And
found that a spit back out away from Binnington, not ideal to the corner.
Hagel goes after it along the boards, but it's in the middle for Lusterinen trying to crack through. And Liddell gloved down by Binnington.
Gate touch from there often can be effective.
Mins have won 7 of the first 10. Clean face-off win. McKinnon. It'll come across, and here's Sanheim in front. And a backhand by Sanheim that flipped high over the net. Harley waits as Marchand comes over the boards. Bennett is on the move. Here's Sam Bennett in. Shot! Glove stop by Saros. And Saros. Armia Granlund. Heiskanen Rantanen scores! Just like that. Mikko Rantanen 2 seconds in off a face-off win. And Finland has struck first.
And Aho draws it right back. Hagel can't get there, and I don't know if that catches Hagel's stick or if that is a knuckle puck thrown at Binnington. But Rantanen, who you mentioned, has got more goals against Jordan Binnington than any other NHL player with 15. Chalks up an Olympic goal.
In the uphill climb against Czechia. Connor McDavid doesn't want to wait that long this time. A hot shot turned aside. Got it to Wilson. Trying to slide it through for Celebrini. But Teuvo Teravainen's there. Right side for Reinhardt. Reinhardt checked, and it'll be flipped back by Armia. Maybe a break. Eric Holla, shorthanded. Scores! First shot of the second period for Finland, and it's a short-handed goal.
To the end for Jordan Binnington to play it. Sam Reinhart can't take this in deep. Turned over, and it's McKinnon who tries to catch it. If he leaves it, it goes all the way down the ice, but he slows it down enough for Holla to skate in, and that's a tidy move. Backhand upstairs on Jordan Binnington, and a huge swing for Finland.
The top unit comes back. Got to work quickly now. And slaloming in is McDavid. Here's Celebrini, and a blocker stopped by Saros. A lot of traffic, but stayed on it. Now slides to McDavid. In behind McKinnon. Celebrini looks for it. Sharp angle up high on Saros.
The third one that's caught him in the helmet in this game.
Canada would like to get going. McDavid, Jarvis. First shot unable to get through. Maybe another. And that's stopped by Saros. Jarvis in front, and Granlund picks that off and will flip it away. Celebrini with a pair of slot shots in the opening period. Here's McKinnon. He'll work his way in. McKinnon swings wide, and Saros stops that.
Positive, but not much danger there for UC Saros to make a save. Now you got to win a
second period. Macklin Celebrini slicing through. His shot. Saros fights that off.
helmet again. Ended goal, which has changed the complexion of this game entirely. And
back to McDavid. Downhill. In front, and it's a Celebrini pass that didn't work, but Makar able to hold the zone. McDavid again. Cale Makar shooting, scores! Power play goal was it Reinhardt with a tip in front.
Had a difficult tournament at times so far. Down in front, Makar leans on it, and it catches. Oh, that a no-looker? Did he even mean to hit that on the wrong side of the pile? Head twisting out of the way. He catches.
Quick change by Team Canada. Rupe hits to work. Along with Granlund, sidesteps Taves and shot it high.
Turnover and go the other way. And this is the first sort of sequence into the...
Celebrini plays it behind the net. He has 6 shots through 2 periods and leads Team Canada in just about every offensive category. Chance the other way, and Lehkonen just missed.
With a gap, it is a zone entry no matter what happens. As after perhaps the important save, you start thinking about...
Saros. Here comes McKinnon. McDavid winds it up. Swings wide. Works his way in. Fires that. Hit a leg. McDavid gets it back. Gives it back. Celebrini with the shot right on. There's the 7th shot for the 19. Runs over Kiviranta and away goes Hagel. Hagel with 3. Fins back. Hagel with a backhand short side. Saros holds on to that. Knocked off his stick. Haskin had the stick knocked out of his hands on that contact. And now Liddell's in. And then Liddell and Binnington. Big stop there. Ristolainen trying to get away from McKinnon and McDavid. It's a tough task. It's Taves across. Cale Makar working against Lehkonen. Sending it in front. Off Saros. And back the other way, the Finns. Thomas Harley, the former Bond King, will lead them out. Up ahead it goes. Nice play here. Suzuki's in. Marner shooting. A rebound left in front. Knocked away from Suzuki.
It's engaged. Top line hops over. Nick Suzuki with a dash to cue up this one-timer.
Scored the game winner 1-on-3. It feels like they're 1-on-3 most of the night here against this Finnish defense. Loose puck here. Taves pounds that right on. Don Wilson firing. That doesn't get through. Theodore gives it back. Wilson tries to send it across. It'll come to Sanheim. Here's a score! Shea! Theodore! Game time!
We reviewed Sanheim 6 in. It's Holland pushing him on Saros. See the danger here is Theodore sees that one up off the shoulder and in. Saros doesn't like it. The question just becomes, it's goal interference, but Hull is shoving him on the back of his leg. I don't think you can risk challenging this at all.
Yeah, you'd have to give up the chance of being short-handed.
No chance.
Cale Makar tied up there by Granlund. Ripped loose for Celebrini. He lost it. And a big stop. Binnington off Sebastian Aho. Here's Nathan McKinnon trying to charge in. With McDavid pumped along the boards by Ristolainen. McDavid again. McKinnon in front. Celebrini sent it wide. Into the middle. He'll spin for Marner off the bench. Marner's in. Big stop Saros. And knocked out in front was Suzuki. They'll play on. Back across. That glances off McKinnon, but Celebrini's got it. Back with Celebrini off the boards. In front. Backhand. And it's stopped by Saros.
Celebrini walks the seam. If you go underneath the board right here, things will open up. And he gets it to McKinnon. Good save by Saros with the blocker as the play continues. Another one so close. Mikkola gets a stick up on Nathan McKinnon. And
Cale Makar gives it back. The captain into the slot. Back door. And the shot right on. Rebound.
To the air.
Celebrini stopped and went high in the air. Team Canada's got it. Bounce past McKinnon. Trying to help out Reinhardt. Worked it loose. Celebrini in front. McDavid. McKinnon scores! Nathan McKinnon! 35.2 left.
they needed the full 2 minutes and then some. Finally, Nathan McKinnon back heel one-timer. Short side on Saros, but he gets it up just enough. He's been waiting on that one. Celebrini, get out of the way. Oh, it banks off the bottom of the foot, and now Finland will call a timeout. 35 seconds left. Full. Thought I can't. Here's a better look at it. Where's Celebrini's skate? Where's the puck? We need the bottom of the camera.
Yeah, it's close.
The call on the ice is confirmed. We do not have an offside. We have a goal.
You can exhale, Canada.
With a fair challenge, that's fine.
Douglas with a Bennett on the draw. Team Canada wins the face-off, wins the game, and are headed to the gold medal game.
But Sam Bennett grew into this game. Brad Marchand and Nathan McKinnon as well looked healthier than we've seen in a while. Canada finding a way, resilient and composed, to get it done in the end.
Sidney Crosby, Brad Marchand, Nathan McKinnon, the nation's capital. The RCAF Flyers were based there. Gold medals at the Olympics. Prince Albert, home of Josh Morrissey, John Diefenbaker. Calgary, Flames Jerome McGinley, hero at Salt Lake City. Carla McLeod. Vancouver, Paul Correa. Macklin Celebrini, Connor Bedard at the World Junior Championships. Coast to coast to coast in Canada from beautiful Milano. It's a great day there, 15 degrees. We welcome you to the Golden Game, Canada and the USA. Once again, our friends, the enemy. Red dress and all, Andy Petrillo.
Can't say I'm not ready for this one, Ron.
Honestly, we got James Duthie, TSN, Sportsnet CBC, CBC, and Amazon Prime. We're all in, all hands on deck. This caused our first heart attack of the day, Andy.
Yeah, we no confirmation just yet. We'll get to that in just a moment. Very true as we looked up there. But this is amazing, is it not? This is everything that it's lived up to be. This is the billing. We wanted the NHLers back, and they're giving us the show that we wanted, the showdown that we wanted. I was lucky to be able to host the 2018 Pyeongchang Games, and the Canadians worked so hard bringing back that bronze. But this is what the fans wanted. They wanted the NHLers. They're shining, from Juraj Slafkovsky to even Macklin Celebrini, the young guy not looking out of place. And here's the matchup we get. Let's go. It's a nice rematch.
Kyle Bukauskas, we have a photo here of Connor McDavid with the C on from the semifinal. So is he wearing the C, or is said good to go? Over to you at Santa Julia.
Yeah, Ron, I wish we were kicking this off with better news, but Captain Canada, Sidney Crosby, he's not going to play in this gold medal game. 2 golds for Crosby, as we know, 2010, 2014, but just like the semis against the Finns, he is out. So McDavid will wear the C for Canada here against the U.S. But so every second Sunday, this was incredible, the parking lot across from the hotel we're staying at here in Milan, they have like a flea market. I was walking through it this morning. Of all the things that I saw was an old Easton aluminum 2-piece stick. Gretzky curb, left shot, just like Crosby, and that was the first stick that Crosby got, first 2-piece as a kid. So maybe that's a little bit of a good omen for Crosby and the Canadians here, some 5,500 kilometers away from Cole Harbour. I'm hanging out right now in the section where a lot of the Canadian players' families will be to watch the game. The Marchands, the Crosbys, they're already up. Troy and Trina in their seats early before warm-ups. Isn't that beautiful? The McKinnons, the McDavids, they'll be seated up here. The Bennetts, the Doughties, the McCarrs, a few rows down below. And Nathan McKinnon was saying that, you know, they feel like kids over here, and a lot of the origin stories you'll be able to find right here. Hockey is in our driveways. It is in our dreams. It is where this matchup has been played so many times before. This is just the latest installment that we're all waiting to unfold here before our eyes. Connor McDavid said, "This is what we have been waiting for, isn't it?" And just over an hour away from puck drop here at Santa Julia. Ron, Andy, back to you.
Thank you, Kyle. Well, that was not the news anyone was waiting for. You want Sidney Crosby in this game, that's for sure. But perhaps, you know, this is something now that the Canadians can rally around. And Sidney Crosby, of course, the golden goal, that's the iconic shot. And what's crazy is even though this is the rivalry that keeps on giving, they've only faced each other twice in the gold medal game in the NHL era, 2002 and 2010.
It's going to be a break. It is Joe Sakic scores. Joe Sakic scores. Stand up and cheer, everybody. Men's ice hockey gold medal, Canada.
On the ice with a Gimlet. A Gimlet scraping forward. Sidney Crosby, the golden goal. And Canada has once in a lifetime Olympic gold.
Bringing James Duthie. James, as I've said, an honor to share and collaborate with you through these games. Over to you and the panel at Santa Julia.
Ron, Andy, thank you so much. I know it's really early back in Canada. I feel kind of like back when I was a kid getting up early for Sunday school, except our shared religion from coast to coast is hockey, and the sermon is simple. Beat Team USA and win the gold medal, alongside a former captain for Canada at the World Championships in Kevin Bieksa, three-time Olympic gold medalist Cassie Campbell, the golden girl literally today, two-time Olympic gold medalist Cheryl Pounder, and the insider Elliot Friedman on the end. We're going to get into the weight of this moment and what it means in just a second, but as Kyle delivered the news, no Sidney Crosby. What does it mean to Canada, not just from a hockey perspective, but everything he represents?
It's a bummer. I think that everybody in this building, whether you're cheering for Canada or the USA or not, and everybody watching in our great country wanted to see Sidney Crosby here, not only because it gives Canada a better chance to win, but because of what a great citizen he's been, everything he's done so much for the game, for the country, the way he carries himself. I think everybody was hoping against hope that whatever is bothering him would be good enough for him to give it a run today. But I think the key thing is that John Cooper promised yesterday Sidney Crosby would not just dress to be a cheerleader on the bench. They felt they needed all 13 forwards, and if he couldn't make an impact on the game, they weren't putting him in the lineup.
He's irreplaceable. When you're talking about Sidney Crosby, irreplaceable. And you know he's going to have a foothold. He's going to be around the team. But when you look up and down this lineup, you saw it with Nick Suzuki with that timely tip. It's got to be by committee right now. And I'm looking at the leadership. A guy like Brad Marchand, you know, he can have that moment. You have to have the ability to have a moment, to have an impact within the game. So can an action, can a shift create or continue to keep momentum within the game? I think it's their leadership that's got to find a way to get that done.
You know, the information about the lineup comes about an hour out before the game, and we're all sitting here at the desk and pins and needles, like everyone at home, wondering if Sidney Crosby's going to be in the lineup. You know, I've known him since he was 12 years old. I feel like I'm his older sister, much older sister. But I think that's how everyone feels about him, is he's like family. And so the disappointment across the country here in the building is huge, but it has to be next man up mentality. And I think it will be today for Canada.
Well, definitely irreplaceable in the sense of leadership and presence. And he's been the guy in the past for Canada that's provided in the biggest moment. But I feel like this is going to be such a physically demanding game, and the Americans are the biggest, strongest team that the Canadians have faced in this tournament. You can't play this game at 80%, 60%. They're going to need 13 forwards. They're going to need 13 healthy forwards. So it's probably the right decision. Like Sid putting the country before himself once again.
Yeah.
I remember sitting in Vancouver in 2010 and thinking it would never be this big again. It will never feel this big again. And yet it kind of does.
It is. You know, in 2002, take the time machine back, it felt like the biggest game ever. Canada, USA, and Salt Lake City. In 2010, as James said, it felt like the biggest game ever. Canada, USA, Vancouver. Here we are in Italy. It feels like the biggest game ever.
You three have been in these moments. A Game 7 of a Stanley Cup final, captaining Canada against the U.S. in gold medal games. What are these moments like just before a moment like this?
Well, I think after the semifinal, it's like a check-in moment. You're just checking in on your teammates and your staff, making sure everybody's okay and in the right frame of mind. But then come game day, you guys, this is why you prepare. This is why you've trained for a lifetime. This is why you've trained mentally, physically. You know the preparation has given you everything you need to have to be huge in this moment. And so then it becomes like you've just played 1,000 times before as soon as you step on the ice?
Well, for me, it was the night before, and you hear Nate McKinnon talking about it. Doesn't matter who you are, it's the bottle of nerves. I attribute to, think about a kid on Christmas Eve, and you know Santa's coming, and you got all of that excitement on one side and the anticipation, and on the other side, there's this anxiety. What if I make a mistake? And I know I tossed and I turned all night long, just thinking about, am I the one that's going to make a mistake? And all the sports psychologists that you work with, you know you're not supposed to let this in, but this is human nature. But when I walked into the building on gold medal day, I asked myself and my teammates one question: are you ready?
I never worried about you, Pounds.
Oh,
not
thanks,
once.
Captain
not
Canada.
once.
Thanks. But that's when the nerves leave. That's when the nerves leave.
I just think the struggle is, how do you make your impact on the game, but how do you also allow the game to come to you? That's the balance of not trying to do too much, but doing enough. The best players calm their nerves and elevate their game.
You saw Bill Guerin and the Team USA brass just arriving. He took a lot of heat for his team. There's Doug Armstrong, who will join us a little bit later on as we count down the first member of Team Canada, not player, but the entire unit that got here way before everybody else, was Pete DeBoer. He checked out all the little details, the subway, the restaurants, everything, and he's standing by with Kyle Bukowskis.
Well, Peter, in terms of the staff, you were one of the first ones here, boots on the ground in Italy, had everything all laid out, hotels, where to go, how to get to the rink and all that. How do you feel about navigating a gold medal game here today?
Oh my God, you know what, it's been the privilege of my coaching career to be involved with this from day one, and this goes all the way back to preparations for Beijing when we didn't get a chance to go 4 years ago. So it's been an awesome experience, and we can feel the support of the country behind us. We see the videos of the classrooms going crazy across Canada when we score, and we're getting the letters, and so it's just a once-in-a-lifetime event and an exciting gold medal game day.
Okay, I'm sure you would love to have Josh Morrissey available, but for the rest of the defensemen, what would you point out as the biggest challenge when you look at how the U.S. like to attack offensively?
Well, this is the deepest team we've seen. I think we played Finland in the semis, and they had a Rupe Hins line, an Aho line, and then it fell off a little bit offensively, so you're matching up with two real explosive lines. These guys have at least three, maybe 3.5, so that creates a different dynamic for us. But I love the way we played defensively against Finland, and we've just got to bring that same game to the rink today.
You've been behind many an NHL bench over your years. I'm wondering, what is unique about this group and the dynamic on the Canadian bench this tournament?
You know what? They have a real calm composure to them. If you think about the adversity we've dealt with already, from an injury perspective, even the teams we've drawn. I mean, we've had a really tough schedule here, getting the Czechs twice and the Finns in the semifinal. Even the Swiss team in the round robin was a very good team. So I feel like we haven't had any easy games. Maybe the France game, but. And they've had a real quiet, confident composure to them. We've been in some tough spots, down late in games, found a way. So, and then that stems back to leadership.
Thanks very much, Peter. All the best.
Thank you.
Just such a wealth of experience for John Cooper alongside him behind that bench with DeBoer and Tocchet and everybody else. We focus so much on how much this means for Canada and Canadians. This means everything to the U.S. too. They've only beaten the Canadians once ever in a best-on-best final. That was the 1996 World Cup. The last gold medal they won in men's hockey was the Miracle on Ice way back in Lake Placid in 1980. So, yes, all of Canadians want this. America needs this badly as well, Ron and Andy.
James, just to pick up on what Kevin was saying, Marie-Philippe Poulin gave it a go at about 70% in the women's gold medal game. No problem 5-on-5, but when it got to 3-on-3, that's not easy to be on one knee. And I think of you, Elliott, and Cole Caulfield. He always said they should have him for 3-on-3. It's been a huge deal at these Olympics. Lastly, on the Canadian team without Sidney Crosby, when Mario Lemieux went to Salt Lake City, Andy, in 2002, he had 6 scoring titles, 3 Hearts. He was in the Hall of Fame. He'd won that 87 Canada Cup, 2 Stanley Cups. But the one thing he did not have was the thing that put him on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and that was a gold medal. He really wanted the gold medal. The Canadians now are down to Drew Doughty with a gold medal. Every other player on Canada is looking for that gold medal. So we'll ask some of the people what they think about that. All right, time now for Best in the World, presented by Canadian Tire, and it's your Macklin Celebration.
Yeah, you know who wants a gold medal is the youngest at 19, and he actually leads this tournament with 5 goals. When he was first named to Team Canada, a lot of people thought, would he be the 13th forward? Is he getting experience for Olympics to come? He said, I'm here to play. He also became the youngest player in the NHL era to score a penalty shot. He's a well-rounded athlete, played a ton of sports. Hockey is obviously where he's thriving, and it's all thanks to his family.
Here's a Makar shot, scores!
I think Celebrini got a piece. The youngster, Macklin Celebrini. What a moment.
I like my parents. They sacrificed so much for me and my siblings. My brother was in Burnaby, my sister was playing tennis, everyone was in school. Like, it was a whole, every morning, like 4 kids going 4 different directions. So I really don't know how they did it, juggling working and taking care of us and taking care of the house and all of that stuff. I mean, I was kind of a little bit oblivious to it at the time, but looking back on it now, it's definitely really impressive how they managed to juggle everything and let nothing slip through the cracks.
Petro-Canada Olympic Winter Games morning. There's MPP as we get set for Canada, USA at Santa Giulia in Milano.
Olympic hockey, presented by Ozempic. Wondering about Ozempic? Visit ozempic.ca for savings.
It's a thing of beauty! I don't believe it! That might do it! Oh my goodness! Nails the landing! What a shot! That was wild! What an incredible performance!
That was huge!
Holy smokes! That was in another stratosphere.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Welcome to the Olympics.
Getting the McDonald's you love for just $5 plus tax every day? That's not just value. That's McValue. Get $5 McValue meals every day.
It takes a team to feed the dream.
Play it like the Professional Women's Hockey League. Home of the fastest, the fiercest, the best. From every day of the week to every 4 years. This is the game that asks us to be more, not less, more united, more fearless, more us. This is the PWHL. Play it big.
The Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 are brought to you by Petro-Canada. It's no time to hibernate.
You know, walking back to the hotel last night, Canadians on the streets kept saying, enjoy the game tomorrow. Let's go for the game tomorrow. We knew exactly what we were talking about. Canadians are ready. Those fans are ready. And so is Cale Makar, who's with Kyle Bukauskas.
Cale, it's been clear for years it's mattered to the NHL players to want to have an opportunity at a shot to play for an Olympic gold medal. What does it feel like now that the opportunity's here?
It's exciting. I mean, we got a great group of guys in that room, and I mean, we're just going to go out there and give it everything we can. And I think there's a lot of excitement in that room right now to just get things going, so it should be fun.
Did you manage to get much sleep last night?
Yeah, I was in and out a little bit. I think you're just looking forward to kind of what's to come, and again, you just know it's going to be the hardest fought day you can possibly give. But I'm just happy to be here with that group of guys, and it should be a fun one.
You know, you were saying Four Nations, the fastest hockey you've ever been a part of, and you're not alone in that thinking. So what do you believe gives Canada the edge here today against the U.S.?
I think for us, I mean, all the adversity that we've gone through to this point, obviously the last couple of games in general, I think it was a huge key marker in terms of getting to where we are right now. And I feel like this group is closer than we have been in at least the past couple of years of being together. So again, we're really excited, and hopefully get the show on the road here.
Cale, all the best. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Cale. So they're battle-tested for sure, Andy. Key stats, if you are looking for an edge. Save percentage, USA 931, Canada 925. It's a wash. Goals for, Canada 27, USA 24. It's a wash. Penalty minutes, USA 52, Canada 49. It's a wash. Is there any metric?
You try to find special teams. Canada top power play, quarterback by Cale Makar, about 45%. But no, I don't think so, because then the U.S. has the best penalty kill. Right. Absolutely flawless at 100%. So where is that going to come from here right now? Where is that tiebreaker going to be in this game? Here's the thing. It may not have been the longest road to get to the gold medal, but it was a little nerve-wracking along the way. Let's find out how Canada got to this point against the USA.
The NHL stars have finally aligned after a 12-year wait, and Mike, what an atmosphere in this building. David on it, pass behind Wilson. Here's a Makar shot, scores!
I think Celebrini got a piece, the youngster.
How about that? 19 years of age, just broken up by Ruda. Marner down to the net, scooping in front, scores! Stone from Marner. McDavid across scores. That was easy and lethal, and Nathan McKinnon has the power play goal. First Olympic game for a lot of the Team Canada players, including Jordan Binnington, and he has registered his first Olympic shutout. Beautiful pass, and Sidney Crosby with the finish.
That is threading the needle. Oh, that's pretty to watch.
Sending a message.
Concerning moments for Canada. Something triggered his right leg.
Nate just trying to get away. Doughty's back. Pasternak across, and scores! Andre Palat.
Canada just gets beat up the ice.
Shooting, scores! Nick Suzuki trying to find his role in this tournament, and he just did. It's a break. It's Natchez, Nordy Natchez, and Binnington with the biggest stop of the tournament. And for the first time in the tournament, Team Canada is headed to overtime. Now Celebrini with Marner. Mitch Marner through to the net. Scores! Mitch Marner! Game winner! Team Canada headed to the semis. Canada with a comeback win against Czechia. Finland a multi-goal comeback overtime victory against Sweden. Winner goes to the gold medal game on Sunday.
Huge swing for Finland, now up 2 with a shorthanded goal.
Cale Makar shooting, scores! Was it Reinhardt with a tip in front? Scores! Shea! Theodore! Brady in front. McDavid! McKinnon scores! Nathan McKinnon
Now that's a double shot of espresso. Chris Cuthbert, Mike Johnson will be watching the line rushes, the pregame skate on Petro-Canada Olympic Winter Games morning. Next.
It starts on local trails after school, in basements where dreams echo off concrete walls, in Campbell River, Gatineau, Kanawake, places where another rep changes everything. And when the cameras roll and the world leans in, we remember where it all began.
It all, it's not just about getting back up or the hours spent chasing seconds. It's not the cheers of the crowd, the endless competition, or the achievements that paved your path. Because underneath it all, it's about what helped you leave your mark. For 20 years, Intact Insurance has stood behind speed skating Canada, and now we're partnering with Team Canada to champion all the Olympians of tomorrow.
Can she stick the landing? She can! Oh, the crowd loves it!
That is superb brush control. A huge effort.
This is what we're made for, Canada.
Gemini, find me a bigger trophy case.
You got it. The oak one.
Oh, that's gonna need lights.
How about the second one?
Perfect. And she's still undefeated.
The BetRivers app welcomes online casino players to an all-inclusive betting app that's got you covered.
Hi! When you win, you get paid fast!
Secure, easy cash outs are like our secret player handshake. Because claiming your winnings should feel like a day at the beach.
BetRivers, welcome to your online casino.
CBC's coverage of the Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 is brought to you by BetRivers. Welcome to your online casino. Download the app today.
From Task Force Latvia headquarters, we wish the best to all Canadians competing in the 2026 Olympics.
De la part de la force opérationnelle en Lettonie, on vous souhaite franc succès aux Jeux olympiques de 2026. Go Canada!
Always great to hear from Canada's real heroes. When Andy Petrillo was in Afghanistan, she was with Brian Burke, USA, and Lanny McDonald, Canada. Had to keep them separated, James. Back over to you.
Ron, thank you. You can see it right there. I don't know if the Americans are just late arriving, but we wondered, after 2002 was home ice advantage USA, Vancouver 2010, big home ice advantage Canada. Neutral ground today, but so far, probably 4-1 Canadian jerseys to American jerseys in the building, and it's probably only half, 2/3 full right now, and already electric as we get ready for the gold medal game. The guys will be on the ice for warm-up in just a moment's time. More information on Sidney Crosby. How close was it?
They tried everything. There was real optimism yesterday that he was going to be able to play. I heard a lot of the decision this morning, James, came down to Crosby himself. As we spoke about earlier, John Cooper said he would not dress as a cheerleader. If they were going to play him, he was going to have to be able to be effective. And ultimately, Crosby decided that he was not going to be effective enough to take the spot of a healthy other forward, and I think he had a huge amount of influence in making the call not to play today. Total bummer, but this is why he's the selfless leader, and their key motivation has been this won't be Sid's last game in a Canada uniform.
Here come the U.S.
Yeah, here we go.
The Americans taking to the ice. The Canadians not far behind. We'll let the crowd take it. Up 12 years in the making, now a little over half an hour away, and there is Connor McDavid, who did not want to be wearing the C on this day. 1 year ago, he scored the OT winner, of course, in 4 nations. He's played possessed so far in this tournament, leading in scoring. If 2010 was the game and goal that Sidney Crosby was born for, is this Connor's?
You know, this is still Sid's team, but this has been Connor's tournament. And you think back to his very first shift of the tournament, he put on such a big hit that everyone on the bench thought it was Tom Wilson. He set the tone early. He's been great on the power play. They're #1 in the tournament. He's been a leader for Macklin Celebrini. You can see he's got his emotions in check. You know, him and Nate McKinnon have a healthy competition at 4 Nations. I think it's continued here, but at the same time, I think there's been a togetherness between the two of them. With Sidney Crosby out of the lineup, they both know they have to be the guys today.
Cass, I'd love to see McDavid start this game like he did that first shift, where he threw the hit and he shot the puck from a bad angle. I'd love to see that attack mode early from him, Cheryl.
One of the indelible moments of the tournament was when Marner scored the OT goal in that Czech game. McDavid and McKinnon stayed on the bench. It was almost like a second of shocked pause and then embraced each other. They would love one more today after this gold medal game. McKinnon, McDavid, crucial. The fact that they've been dominant, not a shock, although McKinnon's not been 100%. But the fact that 19-year-old Macklin Celebrini is second in tournament scoring is wild. No stage has been too big. Can he continue on the biggest stage of all?
Well, I think he should, yeah, for sure. And if you haven't watched the game, men's ice hockey at the Olympics, Macklin Celebrini, 19 years old, the kid. He's leading the team in goals with 5. He's played with a fearlessness that most 19-year-olds don't have. The goals, the poise, the tenacity. And you know what? He's been thrusted into a major role in this team, especially when Sid went down. He went and took his spot on the first power play unit, which is a very, very important spot for this team to generate offense. And he led the team last game, with 25 minutes. With his young legs, his young, fresh legs, and a fast-paced game, they're going to rely on him to play major minutes tonight.
And Kev, one thing I'm noticing is him and McDavid are never more than a few feet away from one another, so they're creating 2-on-1s all over the ice.
This is just such a buffet of greatness that we're going to get to watch today. To see Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes, the 2 best defensemen in the game, go head-to-head. Will one of them, Cheryl, likely end up being a decisive factor in who wins the gold?
Absolutely, James. I mean, when you look at a guy like Cale Makar and what he's been able to do, especially in the absence of Morrissey, he has to be able to get that first puck touch. I think getting out of their own zone is absolutely going to be the key piece, and he is going to lead from the back end. Yes, we know his ice time has to elevate in this game, much like Hughes, who is over 23 minutes as an average, but these are guys who like to carry the puck. They will exit their zone, but they will also be connected enough on the attack. This American blue line loves to jump in. It's a 4-point attack, but both of these guys manipulate the blue line in every which way possible to get shooting lanes available as well. So they they are the key, getting out of their zone to both of their teams leading their offense.
So they're the best two defensemen in the world. Most people agree on that. The difference between them for me, Quinn Hughes will try to make something happen early. He will try to hold on to it, beat guys, throw some and Cale Makar will let the game come to him. We saw it last game. He'll wait, he'll throw a dart up the ice. That's the difference. One sits back and waits for the game to happen. One attacks it.
True or false? The two most important players for Canada to neutralize today are Hughes and Werenski.
I'll just say true because I want to agree with you. I really want to agree with you.
I was going to say this. Quinn Hughes takes long shifts. And, you know, he's been able to handle those minutes. But I think if Canada's able to be really physical on him early, I wonder how long those shifts stay that long, you know, and to get him off the ice, wear him down. And for me, Charlie McAvoy is an X factor. You know, you can talk about Werenski and you can talk about Hughes, but this guy, watch out. He brings lights out hits. We saw him hit McDavid in the Four Nations in that round robin game. He's had some massive hits in this tournament. He wasn't there in that Four Nations final. I think he's going to be an X factor for the United States.
With Sidney Crosby out, Drew Doughty is the only player on either side who has been in a situation like this. And yesterday is about the players, but it's also about their families who watched them from Tyke and Pee Wee and Adam now playing an Olympic gold medal game. So this building full of proud parents on both sides, including Ryan and Kelly McDavid with Kyle.
Yeah, James, thank you very much. Okay, Brian Kelly, I mean, you can imagine what the whole country's feeling right now. So first question, how are both of you feeling? What are you thinking going into today, Kelly?
I think we feel great. We're feeling very positive. It's been a wonderful experience, and I think this is fantastic.
I would say we're feeling just like everybody else. Pins and needles, excited, optimistic, anxious, nervous. I mean, everybody's feeling the same way. We're no different, so.
So, Kelly, hopefully you can hear me here, but I'm just wondering, like, did you talk to Connor? You spent any time with him yesterday? How do you approach being mom here in this?
Yes, we did spend some time with him yesterday. We had a coffee with him, and he was probably the most relaxed he's been since we got here. He's feeling great. He looks great, and we've had some really good quality time with him, so it's been really good.
Last one, Brian, to you. I mean, he was, 13 when Crosby scored the golden goal in 2010. Yeah. How would you describe the impact that moment had on young Connor then?
Well, I mean, Sid was his idol when he was a kid, and, you know, we watched that game with his teammates at the time, and, you know, Connor was a big fan of his then, and when Sid scored the goal, I mean, it was just, you know, the culmination of, you know, a lifelong dream of, you know, watching Sid, and here we are today, and, you know, it's unfortunate Sid's not playing, and, you know, he gets to be the captain. It's just, I mean, you can't put that into words. It's just been an amazing, amazing experience.
All right, well, I know the whole country's feeling it. They're in it with you here, yeah. So my best luck to you both. Enjoy
Let's
today.
Go Canada.
Right. Let's go. James.
Well said. I thought it was so eloquent from Connor McDavid before the last game where he said he was just borrowing Sid's seat. He will do it again today on the biggest stage. Countless millions will watch this across the world, but no one will have a better spot than that man. Mike Johnson, one of the best analysts in any sport, between the benches today. What are you expecting besides Bedlam?
Yeah, Bedlam would be a good way to describe it, James. This game feels totally different than the rest of this tournament. I think the Four Nations history, the familiarity of these two teams, a team in the U.S. that was built largely to play in this game and to beat Canada in this moment, have them all come together. I'm expecting even more physical, more emotional, more intense, if you can imagine it. And with Sidney Crosby out, more on the plate of Connor McDavid. You guys talked about how great he has been. I don't know if we could possibly ask for any more, but we're going to if you're Canada, because he's going to play more minutes and have a bigger role in this game. A couple X factors. Funny to say Macklin Celebrini could be an X factor, given he leads the tournament in goals. But a guy you weren't sure what he was going to be when the tournament started now could lead the team in minutes in the gold medal game. He's got to be productive. He's got to be able to help Connor McDavid. They're loading up the first line, at least in line rushes, to start the game. They're going to have to be great. And for the U.S., everyone's talking about Quinn Hughes. If I'm Canada, I'm concerned about his brother, Jack Hughes, who is getting better and healthier as this game has gone along. And further down the lineup, if you're looking for a guy who can make a difference individually, make something happen if the top lines all wash each other out, somebody who gets sort of lost in the shuffle, Jack Hughes could be the guy for the Americans. It's going to be a fantastic game, and I cannot wait to be here to watch it.
We all can. Mike Johnson and Chris Cuthbert on the call in just under 1/2 an hour right now. On New Year's Eve, Team Canada's management had to call Sam Bennett, who was one of the heroes of Four Nation, had a big goal in the final, of course, the Conn Smythe Trophy winner last year, and tell him he did not make this team. obviously absolutely crushed. But because of that injury to Anthony Cirelli, he got a second chance. And how pivotal a role may he play today? It seems like he was built for moments like this.
It's almost trending in the same direction as the Four Nations did, where he sat out early, then he came in, was a physical presence, and then scored that huge goal to tie that final game late. Listen, this wasn't John Cooper's influence to keep him off the team originally. John Cooper wanted him. It was the management group that decided to take Cirelli instead. Listen, I think Sam Bennett's going to be a huge factor. I think he's going to play some huge minutes today. He has to stay disciplined. He took that one tough penalty early on in the tournament. He can't do that here today.
We likely won't see the 3 fights in 9 seconds we saw at Four Nations, but a lot of edge with Bennett, Wilson, Marchand on the same line. The Tkachuks, do you think they'll match up against each other?
I think Canada wants this, and there's a pecking order amongst the players on the ice. I'm telling you, I fought Tom Wilson. He is the toughest fighter in this game. So Brady and Matthew, they know that. Sam Bennett had to kind of deal with it all on his own at Four Nations. Props to Hagel, props to Parayko, but they are fighters. Tom Wilson, it would give you a neutralizing factor. The thing I think, though, they have to understand is Brady and Matthew are not looking to go head-to-head fighting. They're going to be more antagonistic. They're going to be more poking and prodding, knowing that Wilson and Bennett are amped up, and they're going to look to draw penalties. That's what those guys have to be worried about.
Such a physical game, and Kev, we were talking about it early in the tournament that we expect a ton of dump-ins. What does that mean? Pounding along the boards and the wall. So these two lines going head-to-head, that's exactly what we would see. And who gets off of the wall quickest, I think, is going to win this game.
45 minutes in, we haven't mentioned the goalies. Panel malpractice. They are the two biggest guys in this game. Binnington, Hellebuck. Binnington, what else does he have to prove? I think Hellebuck actually has something to prove. And another level, they really don't like each other. What are you guys calling it?
You two are calling it heated rivalry.
Why don't they like each other? Why don't they like each other?
Heated rivalry, yes.
The rivalry has never been more heated than Canada and the U.S. right now. Canada, this is old hat for them. 15 best-on-best tournaments. They've been to 13 finals. But fair to say on behalf of the country, it never gets old, Ron.
James, we're going to bring in Mark Messier, who knows all about best on best, certainly knows about wearing the C, the only man to ever captain 2 different organizations to a Stanley Cup. And Mark will remember in the '87 Canada Cup how physical Mario was. He went at Fedosov, the defenseman for the Soviets. It was an amazing skirmish, and that's the line that Keenan put together, Mark, late in the tournament. He had 22 different line combinations before he settled on you and Wayne and Mario. Nice to have you here, Mark. Let's start with, you probably heard some of the panel there. How physical do you think today?
Well, I think it is going to be physical, especially early, but I think we got to use the word composure. I think it's going to be the team and the players that can really hold their composure, especially early in the game until everything settles down. They're going to be so amped up getting out of the gates here to start the game, and discipline, composure, and are going to be key early on.
I'll show you an example of that in the women's gold medal game. John Robleski, the American coach, they took a penalty for running Ambrose from behind with 5 to go in the game in regulation, and there he was. He reminded me of Al Arbor for whatever reason. Really cool, on point. And then Hillary Knight's your captain. So my question to you, Ken Dryden always felt captain, coach, other than the goalie, the key to a game like this. What do you think about the roles of the coaches and the captains?
Well, I think the roles of the coaches are huge, and I think the coaches are always so underestimated in championship teams, and everybody thinks it's easy to coach a team filled with superstars like we have here on both sides, but sometimes it can be the hardest. You still have to identify your top 7 forwards there that you're going to lean on, and most of these guys on their own teams are in that top 5 or 6 of the top forwards that, when it comes crunch time, they're going to be on the ice. A lot of these guys won't be on the ice when the team really has to lean on you, whether to defend or to get back into the game, and coaches have to make tough decisions, and so coaches are huge. And of course the leadership, one of the things that I think we're all disappointed is not having Sidney here because of all his experiences on not only in international play but also in his Stanley Cups, and that kind of experience, that kind of composure, that kind of guy that can really kind of just have that presence about being calm, and obviously you're paddling like hell underwater, but you give the presence that everything is going to be okay, and to know that you can win. But to hand it off to McDavid and what he's experienced the last couple of years, Canada's in great shape, and of course go to the U.S. side. What an amazing team they put together. And as a hockey fan myself, just as a hockey fan coming here today, I had goosebumps. I felt like I was getting ready to play the game.
Do you have a key, Mark? Is it American penalty killing versus Canada power play? Is it the goalies? What's your key?
Well, I think the key for me today is for both teams if you just want to start, obviously the goaltenders, but we have to expect everybody's going to play their best. So that's the expectations going into the game. If I'm Canada, if I'm sitting in that dressing room, I have to expect the U.S. is going to come out and play a great game from the goaltending out. And so if that's the key, you know, who can break somebody down? You know, where are the mistakes? I mean, if the margin for error on both sides because of the talent is so small there, you have to be incredibly disciplined and patient in your structure all over the ice. If you're outside the dots 2 feet, it might as well be a mile, and you're going to get exposed. So I think structure and discipline in the systems, not only on the forecheck, but through the neutral zone. John Muckler, our great coach in Edmonton through all those championship years, said, don't underestimate the importance of the neutral zone. The neutral zone maybe can't be won. It can't win a game, but it can lose a game. So for me, it's all about what team can really stay in their structure, stay composed, stay disciplined, and let their talent take over when the opportunity arises.
We showed Yaroslav Pozar getting a sweater from Pete Mahovlich in '76 at the Canada Cup. Left wing lock, right? Anyway, Mark, I wish we could talk forever. Game 7's on deck. Really appreciate it.
You guys are doing a great job. Great watching you.
Mark Messier, of course. We get set. Neighboring nations. Canada, USA for gold. Coming up.
What you're thinking right now. Can I really do everything? Hockey, fashion, all of it? Some people will think that you don't belong, but don't be one of them. You're gonna do more than you ever dreamed and show girls just like you what they can be.
You move with ease, you catch the breeze. You're in the groove, every step is feeling right. You are going out tonight. Look at you, you're breaking through. Feel the light, it's all on you. Open the night and make it move. Take the stage, is what you do.
Coming up to 5 in the morning on the West Coast. As you see, we're all across Canada. Anticipation at Santa Julia. Let's get it back to James Duthie. Doug Armstrong is joining the panel. James.
Ron, thank you, and we really appreciate the general manager of Team Canada joining us so close to the drop of the puck. Although I guess there's nothing you can do right now. It's all up to the players.
You got that right.
Take us through maybe the last 24 hours, the last few hours on how the decision was made on Sidney Crosby not playing and how close was he to playing?
It was obviously a drawn-out process in the sense that he skated, he went through his rehab. He met with the coach, met with the doctors for probably 45 minutes, discussed the game plan and how he could be used. And at the end of the day, he felt it was best for the team to give that opportunity to somebody else. It obviously a very gut-wrenching decision for him, but it shows the character that he has of stepping aside because he didn't think he could be at his best to give us an opportunity.
At all, did you as a group say, Sid, we'll still take you? Like, did that ever enter into the conversation?
In a sense, obviously we would take him, but it's you let the athlete make that decision. He knows his body, he knows what he can and can't do, and we're there to support the players at that time. They have to make that decision for themselves, and he's meant so much to everybody throughout the years, and it's a very difficult decision, but very honored and proud to have worked with him in this event and what he's done for us to put us in this spot today.
It's interesting. This rivalry is so huge. That's an understatement. But you and Billy Guerin go back a long way. He played for you in Dallas, and obviously there's so much respect in this hockey world. But you guys went for dinner when you arrived here. What was that conversation like? And, you know, maybe did you talk about some of the things that are going to happen in this tournament?
Yeah, well, we both said we wanted to play each other because you knew it had to be likely in the finals. But yeah, Billy and I go way back. We've been good friends for a long time, and we talk a lot in our day jobs. We understand that the game is won on the ice. It's not won in the press box. It's not won in the suite at the end of the arena. The players are going to figure this out. I have a lot of admiration for Billy. I don't want to speak for him. I think he does a great job at what he's doing now. He's a Stanley Cup champion on the ice and off the ice. And we just had a nice night, had a few laughs, and now we're looking forward to today.
Who paid?
I did.
There you go.
So Canadian. So Canadian. So when you named Tom Wilson to this team, I think a lot of Canada thought, wow, like we need him for this type of game. And then Sam Bennett kind of fell into your lap with the Sorelli injury. What do you think their role is going to be? I don't think we expect 3 fights in a minute, but what do you think their role is going to be tonight?
I think we have to be heavy on the forecheck tonight. I think we have to have their D turn, and we have to get on them and make them move that puck quicker than they maybe want to. And I think there's no better line than those 3 guys to get in there and do that for us. But they're so much more than just forecheckers. You look at their point totals, their skill set. They can put the puck in the net too. So they're going to be our engine. They're going to provide that energy for us, and hopefully the next line can feed off that. But certainly a hard forechecking game is going to be what we want to accomplish.
Keep the Kachuk's in check?
I think they can do that if necessary.
Yes.
Can you pinpoint the thing that most concerns you about Team USA?
I would just say their overall depth. They have great puck-moving defensemen. They have scoring up front, great goaltending, but I also think we have the same thing. So that's what makes this matchup so intriguing for everybody, is that they're 2 evenly matched teams, and you never know what break is going to go for you or against you for the outcome. But I think it's going to be a great game, and I think hockey's the winner in this game.
Kyle just did a great interview with McDavid's parents where they said they went for coffee with them yesterday and they looked as relaxed as they've seen him all tournament. How have you seen him the last 24 hours?
I'm just getting to know him, quite honestly. I see a different player now than I did at the Four Nations. I think winning that event, being around the guys, he's very comfortable in his skin right now. He's the best player on the planet, I would say, by a comfortable margin. And now wearing the C, I think it's his time. He's ready to go. I talked to him. We played at Edmonton maybe a month ago, and we went for a coffee, and he's dialed in, but at ease being dialed in. He's the real deal, obviously.
I watched the 2010 gold medal game just to get ready for this one, and one of the great moments at the end, you jumped up and hugged Steve Yzerman. You're hoping you'll be another big hug today. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
And good luck. Doug Armstrong, the general manager of Team Canada. Ron.
James going to break. The official home away from home for Team Canada. That's the Ice Palazzo in Milan. The game is next.
The Cashmere logo has long stood for softness and strength. But it's another symbol on our pack that stands for something more. Soft, strong, and Canadian all over. Cashmere.
I can't believe we got the show that we wanted.
Really good work today. I have a few notes.
Isn't HRT the cure? I want to be one of those women who just skates through menopause with no symptoms.
I can see that you haven't been yourself. So if you want to talk about it, this isn't the place.
Just pay attention to how much this relationship just flourished.
You can hug my finger. There's less feelings in a finger.
Small achievable goals on CBC Gem.
When it all comes together, it could mean you're ready to talk to your doctor about Wegovy. Ask for Wegovy by name. Visit wegovy.ca for savings.
I want you.
The Hyundai Elantra inspires a special type of love. The type that goes the distance. That always stays on your mind. And still takes your breath away after all this time. It's that Hyundai Elantra type of love.
As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals to build mines, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity, good jobs, and growth home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario.
All right, guys, listen up. We need to come together. In this moment, we're a team. Look around this room. This is your family with glittery red costumes and robust dental plans. Family sticks together. Family also works together. You, lady who puts up too many flags on her front lawn, keep doing it.
Okay.
Both of you, coffee, hot and ready for those 4 a.m. games.
Blood types double-double.
So is mine. And you keep that connection top corner.
You got it.
Shovel guy, you finish clearing off that driveway before your friends come over.
Okay, coach.
And you, Dad Vinci, paint me a face that strikes fear to the hearts of our opponents.
She's 6.
Yeah. Because we are one step ahead of everyone else. Andre DeGrasse. Hey, coach. You see, he is literally 2 years ahead of everyone else. So what do we say? Exactly. Because we are stronger together. Yeah. Together on 3. 1, 2, 3.
The Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 are brought to you by Bell. Trust Bell 5G to connect you to Team Canada. Bell, connection is everything.
The following CBC program is available with described video.
Minus Sid, Stanley Cups won on the rosters, 12 Canada, 3 USA. International wins, 39 Canada, 15 for the USA. Those numbers are set to move with the game. One game winner take all, Sam Roberts. Sam's a hell of a hockey player. I recall interviewing Sam with Guy Lafleur in Dollard des Armeaux, where PJ and Dean Stock's dad was the great hockey coach. Canada, USA. For the gold medal here today at Santa Julia, there's the scene across Canada. You saw Connor McDavid did a Players Tribune, 2 weeks ago. He said, I'm not interested in the Bahamas. I don't want to play golf. I don't want to sit by the pool. I don't need a reset. I want to be in Edmonton playing hockey. Or Italy. That'd be okay too. And he talked about the Four Nations going into the overtime in Boston, looking across the room at Sid, marveling at Sid and how calm he was. And there you just saw him go by Nate McKinnon. What a moment. You know, I think of Sidney Crosby not able to play. He didn't play in Italy in 2006. And when he wasn't named to the team, most of the Pittsburgh Penguins went to the Caribbean. Sid wanted no part of that. He went to Rimouski instead and skated on an outdoor rink. Donald Dufresne, the head coach of the Oceanic, had a nice rink. He went to see his buddy Mark Tobin. They played one-on-one for a Stanley Cup that Sid had fashioned out of a garbage can in a bowl. When my father died, he left me a bit of money, and I commissioned a painting by Rod Charlesworth of Kelowna. I wanted a painting of an outdoor rink. And Rod gave it to me, and you see it's kind of a shade of deep blue, but more than that, almost a purple haze in the rink. And I thought right away of the Hope Diamond. I feel like an outdoor rink in Canada is our version of a diamond, a Hope Diamond. 45 carats, this beauty right here. If I was to try and sell you a diamond, I'd mention the cut, the color, the clarity, and the carat, but that's not what would sell you on the diamond. Rather, it's the reaction of the fiancé, and more important maybe, the reaction of the fiancé's friends. This was on Valentine's here in Italy. Two lovers celebrating that great moment of engagement, and look behind them. That's what would sell you the diamond, is how people react. And
93 countries have competed in 116 different events in these Olympics. But there is no single sport more interwoven with one nation's identity than this game and our country. It's Canada, it's hockey, it's for gold. To call it, Chris Cuthbert and Mike Johnson.
Thank you, James. Good morning, Canada. Well, they've been on a collision course since Four Nations, and the ultimate hockey showdown is finally here. Many players on both sides describing this as the game of their lives, and we get to live it along with them. There's Jordan Binnington, who outdueled Connor Hellebuck at Four Nations. 29 stops, 6 in overtime in that game. Mike Sullivan's team looking to avenge that here and win a third Olympic gold medal in hockey for the United States. Mike Johnson, a decidedly home ice advantage crowd for Team Canada here.
Canada's fans have come out in droves for the final weekend. When you think about what this game means to the players and maybe the legacies of some players, Connor Hellebuck is one of those guys. He's been the best goalie in the world the last few years, but he hasn't won this game trying to get it done. And Connor McDavid gets the start to lead his team.
Chris Rooney, Gord Dwyer are the referees. Scott Cherry and Oni Hatamaki are on the lines. Well, Team Canada's taken us on quite a ride. Where do we go from here? They'll start with the big guys. Nathan McKinnon will center, at least to take the face-off. Connor McDavid and Macklin Celebrini out against Jack Eichel and the Kachucks. Here we go in the Olympic gold medal game. Hellebuck out of the net. Brock Faber up at center ice. Brady Tkachuk will spin it in. Jordan Binnington out of the net to play that on the backhand. It'll come to the line, and that shot whistled wide of the cage. Faber will send it back in deep. Colton Parayko unable to get a stick on that. McDavid after it, then a bump there. Up along the boards as the puck comes loose. Here's a chance, and that shot just wide by Eichel. McDavid hit by Eichel. Team Canada unable to get out of their own zone here early. Jake Gensel's on, along with Matt Boldy. Quinn Hughes for Boldy, and he's headed wide. It'll be knocked into the corner by Binnington. U.S. going to the attack early. A centering pass here. It'll come back to Charlie McAvoy. McAvoy for Boldy in front of the net. That hit the traffic. Gensel swept it across. Unable to make a connection. Around it comes back to the line again for McAvoy. Up high. That shot blocked. And Team Canada will finally move it ahead. And Celebrini got hit. Still haven't cleared the zone here, but able to start a change as Sam Bennett comes on. Bennett got hit at the line by McAvoy. Gage Thompson on the ice, but Bennett will spin it back down in the U.S. zone. A snarl line for Team Canada in front as Tom Wilson just missed the stick of Sam Bennett. Out with Marchand. Another chance. And Bennett is stopped by Hellebuck. And away we go.
Tremendous first shift for the U.S. Down in the offensive zone, making McDavid play on their own end. The Kachucks doing a double team on Parayko. Almost put him into my box to start the game. But you knew it was going to be physical. It was going to be intense. Nothing surprising about that.
Puck fired down the ice. Binnington likes to play the puck and fires it out to center. That'll get chopped back inside the U.S. line. After here, Brock Nelson knocked off his stick by Travis Sanheim. Jake Sanderson back, scored a goal for Team USA in the final. Here, maybe a chance in front. And Hellebuck is down to make the stop on Bo Horvat. And they'll mix it up early.
For Canada, you like to see some lines other than McDavid down in the offensive zone, taking advantage of turnovers. They're all star players, can make something happen. Hagel keeps it alive. Jarvis wisely takes the net. The back check of Nelson takes the pass away. So you put as many shots in on the goaltenders as possible if you can. Don't overpass early. Put it on the pads, put it off the ears. Take your chances if you're Canada.
So Nick Suzuki back in center in place of injured Sidney Crosby. out with Marner and Stone, so everybody has been on the ice here just past 2 minutes of the gold medal game. Taves and McCarr, that pass didn't click. It's worked ahead now. Devon Taves goes into the zone. Sent deep by Suzuki and behind the net. Around it comes, and Matthew Tkachuk's got it. Jack Eichel's on the move. Here's Eichel inside the line. Pass back through the slot, and Team Canada will clear it out to center. Fired back in by Slavin. The late offside, and Matthew Tkachuk has yet to clear, and he'll head back to the bench on a change. Taves up, and now McKinnon. The nuclear line comes back, looking for a better shift than the opener. McAvoy ahead. Jake Gensel, checked there by Celebrini. Thomas Harley up to Celebrini. Takes a look in front, and just out of the reach of McKinnon. Back to the line, Parayko. Fanned on that, and out comes Gensel, along with Boldy, who takes a hit from Parayko. Connor McDavid picks it up. Got a little room here. Closed down by Matthews. Gets it across. McKinnon did. Back it goes Harley. Celebrini. And just squeezing the pads is Hellebuck.
You mentioned a little bit more room there for that first line to start getting up the ice, making plays. As McKinnon just misses the first seam pass to Celebrini, but Harley's been jumping all tournament long, gets it back to Celebrini, who almost throws an off-speed pitch past Connor Hellebuck. Hellebuck says he feels better than he ever has in his life heading into this game.
Off the draw, Brock Nelson wins it. The U.S. centers have excelled in the face-off circle in this tournament. Dylan Larkin, number 1, but they've got 3 in the top 10. On face-off, Team Canada below 50% in the medal round. Brock Faber. Noah Hannafin up for Nelson. And here's J.T. Miller. Worked over there along the boards by Sanheim. Puck kept in by Hannafin. Bennington out to play that. Flicked ahead by Theodore, who scored that big goal 2 days ago. Kept in at the line by Faber. Sanheim ahead. Marner hit, and Suzuki follows up, and Team Canada out. Suzuki with Stone over the line. Here's Stone there, the glove saved by Hellebuck.
It's been a tense medal or playoff round for Canada. Early on, never trailing, always leading. In the quarters and the semis, it's completely flipped. Trailing for almost half of the games, the 2 late comebacks and eventual wins. But on some level, maybe it makes them more prepared, more comfortable for a game where it's very likely going to be tight the whole way.
Team USA has trailed for 20 minutes and 5 seconds in the entire tournament. They did get a scare, as Team Canada did, in the quarterfinal, going to overtime against Sweden before Quinn Hughes decided things. Gage Thompson in after the puck. Tom Wilson up the boards. And now it's Devon Taves redlining in. Hellebuck had trouble with that. Marchand after it. It'll come back to the line. Look for Wilson from distance, sent it wide. Taves had moved in. Here's McCarr. Neil McCarr cycles along for Marchand. Jumped his stick. Oh, huge hit. What a hit by Tom Wilson behind the net. He nailed Dylan Larkin. Well, that'll send shockwaves through the game. Here's Jack Hughes trying to get loose.
My goodness.
That may be as hard a hit as ever been registered in the Olympics. Brandon Hagel getting a piece of Quinn Hughes. Now a pass up ahead, another big hit. That one delivered by Thomas Harley. Team Canada asserting itself physically. Parayko up ahead. Not too far for Horvat, but it gives us a chance to take a look at some big-time contact.
Tom Wilson made the decision. He wanted no part of this puck. He knew Larkin was going to touch it, and he was going to finish him. And it's clean, and it is violent and physical. Exactly what Team Canada wanted to do on the forecheck. Canada's bench exploded. Until Larkin popped right back up and got back into the play.
Bob Wilson said he passed up a few of those chances, was a little too cautious against Czechia. Nothing cautious about that last shift, the icing call against Canada.
No, Matthew Tkachuk also had his helmet knocked off in a big hit in the neutral zone, was getting his actual head checked out because he might have had a little bump after his helmet came off.
And one big hit on Hughes as well. Quinn. Horvat on this draw, wins the face-off, back to Parayko, the alley-oop out to center. Eagle after it, it's played back, and Matt Boldy will send it in off the end glass. McCarr fires it to Taves. Up ahead, deflected by McKinnon deep. Hughes back to get it, wrapped it around the boards, McKinnon after it. Knocked by Matthews out, and Boldy flipping it through, trying to break through, he does, and scores! Matt Boldy for the United States. First of the tournament for Boldy at the 6-minute mark in the gold medal game.
That's about as pretty as you can imagine. Self-chip, and then he picks it out of the air again. The ability to explode through Taves and McCarr. The second touch fools Taves. He thinks he's going to get it, gets out of his reach, and then he goes back against the grain. Posted in to open the scoring. Canada had momentum, but what a brilliant individual play by Matt Boldy.
Team Canada scored first in the first 4 games of the tournament. Surrendered the first against Finland, and now again here as Boldy opens the scoring, and Brady Tkachuk. He's worked over there by Drew Doughty. Doughty in his 3rd Olympic gold medal game. And away goes McDavid. Connor McDavid working his way in. Puts on the brakes. Looks for help. Finds McCarr in the corner, a centering pass, and McKinnon couldn't get a stick on that. McDavid across. Doughty now. Nathan McKinnon in the slot. Sanheim was tied up there, couldn't get a stick on it, and it'll come back out to center. McKinnon across as Brady Tkachuk tries to run Doughty. They'll change it up, and here's Hanifin at center. That gets past Miller, icing U.S.
Well, we showed you that graphic, how much Canada has been trailing in the playoff rounds, and once again, the U.S. opens the scoring, Canada falls behind, but this is just something that came out of nowhere from Matt Boldy, one of the top goal scorers in the NHL this year. Shows more speed than I think Taves and McCarr knew he had.
Tied for 3rd in the NHL at goal scoring with 32, Matt Boldy. Off the draw. Marner on it. Around it comes to Harley. Back to Marner with Suzuki and Stone. And that shot off a skate in front. Nelson tried to pass, but Marner broke that up. And now at center, JT Miller takes a bump but plays it deep. Parayko up. That gets to the line. Not out. Binnington for Parayko, and now Stone's away. Suzuki in the middle. Dropping it down into U.S. ice. Here comes Zach Werenski. 3 assists in the semifinal game as Werenski sends it ahead. Jack Hughes checked at the line. Sam Bennett trying to get loose. Now Marchand, and coming back is Jack Hughes to reclaim it for Team USA. Fired down into Canada territory, and it's Marchand with a quick turn, and then he'll leave it for Taves. McCarr up the right side, and that's deflected inside the U.S. line. What an atmosphere in this building. As Charlie McAvoy and Quinn Hughes get it organized. Off the bench, it's Matthews in. There's Austin Matthews. Off a stick behind the net and now played back. McAvoy shooting, deflected, and Binnington had to be sharp on that. Tom Wilson with the biggest hit, but Matt Boldy with the biggest play so far.
All right, how's this for a plan? We put Mark at center. Alex and Connor gonna go up and down all game long, and we got Casey posted up in the office.
Wait. What about Leo?
What about Leo? He's not playing.
Why?
It was a game misconduct. He didn't make his bed. He's in a bit of a slump.
But with everyone scattered around the house, isn't that gonna slow down the game?
Not with their Wi-Fi.
Connect to Team Canada on Bell Pure Fiber.
Before the moment you fly, there are countless moments along the way. Moments that shift, shape, and spark potential. RBC Training Ground creates a path for that potential. That's how talent takes flight. RBC Training Ground has discovered potential in over 20,000 Canadian athletes and counting.
Whatever it takes, let's bring it again. Let's bring our best, right? Whatever it takes. Fast and fearless, you got a whole country behind you, like we just talked about earlier. The whole country is behind you. Let's get this thing done, all right? American swag, let's get it done here.
Mike Sullivan, the head coach of Team USA pregame, he said this American team is the best team that he has ever been around. Matt Boldy showing one example as to why he feels that way, giving the Americans the first goal in this gold medal clash. Chris?
He talked about history yesterday. 36 players from 2 Olympic gold medal champions in the United States. And hoping to add to that total, U.S. winning in 60 Squaw Valley, and of course the miracle on ice. It's the anniversary date of the game against the Soviet Union, not the game that clinched the gold medal for Team USA. Boldy sends it in, a bouncing puck, and Taves back there against Gensel. Up along the board, Bennett, Wilson, Marchand on the move. Here's Marchand in, as his pocket picked by Matthews, got it back. Here may be a chance as McKinnon dashes in. And now rink wide, Marchand bouncing puck. And then can't get it back to Sanheim, and he'll hit off on a change. Sanheim and McKinnon missed that pass as he tried to wind it up. Right back in, and Binnington will leave it for Celebrini. Most minutes in the semifinal. Celebrini 25-53. Here's McKinnon in. Back to Celebrini. Shooting right on. Got his own rebound. Celebrini out of the corner. McKinnon back to Celebrini. Shooting. And that knocked out in front. It's Colton Franco, and it ricocheted past McKinnon at the back door. McKinnon tries to center. And that'll be cleared by Matthew Tkachuk. It's an icing against the United States.
It's been some good work by Canada in the offensive zone. Lots of shots in traffic as they try to respond to the early goal. Austin Matthews picked up an assist on the last goal. And always known for his good defensive work. One of the best at picking and going.
Horvat on the drop, but Eichel pulls it back. Werenski trying to hit Tkachuk. That sails down the ice. Sanheim back. Here's Reinhardt, the 13th forward. Draped along the end boards. Got a big power play goal against Finland. But cuts loose, and Hagel off the side of the net. Hagel after it again. Hannafin with an outlet. Rink wide it goes. And Dylan Larkin on the move. Goals in each of the last 2 for Larkin. His shot knocked down. Off Doughty, Sanderson. Jack Hughes. Sanderson sends it around. Tage Thompson on it. Thompson with goals in the last 2 as well. But here's Horvat with a high flip. Hagel trying to track it. And Hannafin back. Under 9 left in the opening period. Matt Boldy from Austin Matthews and Quinn Hughes at the 6-minute mark. Trocheck lost it. Turning back, Team Canada. Marner tried to spin that pass, a second chance, and now it goes to Makar, shooting right on. Hellebuck stops that. So Tyson Berry, Wayne Gretzky anxiously looking on. 1-0 U.S.
Do the bear cat. Oh, yeah, yeah. Do the bear cat. Keep it up now.
The BetRivers app welcomes online casino players to an all-inclusive betting app that's got you covered.
Hi. When you win, you get paid fast. BetRivers, welcome to your online casino.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? I get by with little help from my friends. I'm gonna try little help from my friends.
It takes a team to feed the dream.
A snapshot of where Canadians are tuning in this morning. Hello to Vancouver and Edmonton and Toronto, Calgary, and of course, Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, coast to coast. NHL teams that are back practicing already as the break wraps up. They're delaying practices today so the players can watch with their families. Minor hockey practices canceled this morning. The schedules have all been cleared for this gold medal game between Canada and the U.S., Chris.
Nothing else on, just this.
And if you're Canada, Chris, you played really well the first 11 minutes here.
Yes.
And they've done what they wanted. They got the puck in the offensive end. They turned some pucks over. A little bit off the rush. Haven't given up much other than the one great individual effort and the first shift.
USA has 2 shots in the game, both from Boldy, and the only goal from Boldy. David on the face-off, whipped back by Trocheck.
A lot of that face-off get-off for Trocheck.
Here's McDavid at center. Gensel slowed him up a little bit. Unable to pull that down, and it's dumped back to the Team Canada line. Matthews, Boldy, Gensel back out against the top line of Team Canada. Celebrini didn't get that deep, and here's Matthews. At the line, close to play, it's onside, but Team Canada back. Here's McKinnon dashing in. Celebrini follows, back across, and the stick of McKinnon lifted there by Gensel.
The U.S. will really want to be mindful of those turnovers with the McKinnon line. McDavid and Celebrini out there giving them service. They want to make them earn.
Sanheim and Theodore up ahead. Good pass on the tape for Bennett. Sam Bennett's in with the move, and then like a little hook there. And Team Canada looking at the officials, but they play on. Bennett looked like he had a step. Now Tom Wilson forcing them back. McAvoy to Quinn Hughes. Off the skate to Eichel. Here comes Brady Tkachuk. McAvoy. Matthew Tkachuk looking back door. Nobody there. Up ahead it goes for Parayko. Old Parayko takes a bump as he fires it around. Thomas Harley steps up. Brady Tkachuk on that far side. Parayko holds the zone. Once again, it's Brady Tkachuk gave it away. Chance, and that went wide. A gift pass from Brady Tkachuk, and Suzuki just missed. Nick Suzuki has it glance off his stick to the Team USA line. Now Taves. Lead feeds Suzuki in. Working against Werenski. Far side, and Stone is there. Back behind the net, it's Werenski. Up ahead with Brock Nelson. On the right side, it's too far. Clayton Keller getting a turn here. He's the 13th forward for the United States. Devon Taves will lead the rush. They change behind him, and Taves will carry on the forecheck here. Back around for Jake Sanderson. Out at center ice. Miller across for Trocheck. Around to the near side, Nelson. Following up, it's Miller. And behind the net, Trocheck battling there. Dropping his stick. Horvat! And a left hand stop by Binnington in tight. Seth Jarvis going after it. Taking Slavin for a bump, his Carolina Hurricane teammate, but Slavin able to pull away. 3-on-2 onto this right side. Trocheck in the middle, and Canada comes back. Jarvis trying to turn it. Here's Jarvis ahead, but that pass picked off. Matthews onto the left side. Slavin. Here they got a seat in Mike Johnson's box there. Boldy fires it around. Gensel jumps his stick. Celebrini rolls it ahead. Here's McDavid skating onto it. Trying to get it to McKinnon in front. And Celebrini was watched there by Matthews. That's kicked loose. And McDavid tried to send it in. And McAvoy may have saved a break for Celebrini. Now McKinnon back. Across for Sanheim, and he'll drive it around. That'll come to McKinnon. Back to the line. Sanheim! Club stop. Connor Hellebuck. So Canada getting looks, but in this case, a good back check by Austin Matthews.
When Team Canada wins gold, you win at Tim's. Unlock exclusive offers with Tim's Rewards every time Canada takes gold. Join Tim's Rewards to be part of it.
For 20 years, Intact Insurance has stood behind speed skating Canada. This is what that sounds like.
And we're just getting started.
Intact Insurance, proud partner of Team Canada.
And right off the start, I mean, this is remarkable strength and unity from the Canadians.
Can she stick the landing? She can! Oh, the crowd loves it!
That is superb brush control. A huge effort.
Oh, what a breakout from this Canadian pair! Incredible teamwork!
This is what we're made for, Canada.
Well, some 27 years ago, John Cooper's coaching journey began in Michigan and Lansing. High school hockey he was coaching, more so as a hobby than anything else. He was practicing law at the same time, and who would have thought the journey would take him not only as a two-time Stanley Cup champion, but the head coach of Team Canada at the Olympics. Even back then, as he was identifying players, the 3 S's for him: hockey sense, speed, and skill, and wanted to find players that would run through a wall for each other. And it really does feel those same laws still apply as they selected this Team Canada, as Cooper continues his positivity on the bench. Canada dealing with an early deficit. Chris?
He did say he's got a team that stays comfortable in uncomfortable moments. We certainly saw that in the last 2 games. Not high stress yet.
They don't like the score, but I think Canada has to be pleased with how they have played so far. This is a great team they're playing against, and they're spending more time in the offensive zone than the Americans.
Bennett on the face-off. Canada up with the puck. A pass back for Bennett. Cut by Eichel. Out comes Quinn Hughes with Brady Tkachuk. Tkachuk around behind the net for Eichel. A centering pass, and that's on the stick of Taves. Up ahead, pulled down by Tkachuk. Brady and Matthew from a sharp angle will test Binnington.
Jordan Binnington, tough start to his game, not particularly busy. The first shot he faced was a quick breakaway by Boldy. And just 4 shots for the Americans so far. As once again, internationally, Chris has found a way to be good enough when he has to be to win the games.
John Cooper sends the McDavid Celebrini group out. They lose the draw. McAvoy shot wide of the cage, in behind for Matthews. And a centering play there, and a Gensel chance. Hughes sends it back around. Matthews looks for it. Pregame able to play that ahead. McDavid tried to get loose, but they're not out. Here's Matthews down low. Back for Matthews. and it slides to Binnington, and he'll hold on.
John Cooper on a defensive zone faceoff elects to put the McDavid line out there against Austin Matthews. Now, you want them on the ice as much as possible. If you're going to lose faceoffs, though, then you're going to play in your own end, and that is wasting offensive potential while defending for that line. And faceoffs and situational faceoffs will be something we keep track of as this game goes along.
It's about dead even so far in the game. Under 4 to go. Here in the opening period, that got past Thompson, icing against the U.S.
And now's when you put them out there for a face-off. And here they come. And it's Dylan Larkin out there. It's not going to be easy, but once again, get them out in the offensive zone as much as possible.
15 draws. The United States has won 8, Canada 7. Get it on this draw. It's won by Larkin, the leader in the tournament. Dylan Larkin at 76.3%. Dropped off badly from 85%. Here's Celebrini, the goal-scoring leader in the tournament. Back it goes to Sanheim. A long look and then fires it around for McKinnon. Back towards McDavid. He'll battle in the corner against Nelson. Celebrini helps out. Jolted there by Faber. Sanheim's jamming it up along the boards. Out of the scrum, Celebrini. McDavid. And he had his stick lifted by Faber. Back along and out will come Nelson. Sanheim had gone to the bench. Taves comes on. Penalty
oh my goodness.
On a hooking call that...
Again, that might be a hook. But relative to the stuff that's gone on elsewhere during this game, I'm surprised that's the first penalty on Shea Theodore.
Canada penalty, 27, 2 minutes, hooking.
Canada's bench thinks the same thing. Brock Nelson steps inside. And in fact, that's not even a hook. It's just a stick into the chest area. Doesn't look very good. Is that that's a pretty good stick check by Faber down by the hands. Either way, the American go to the power play now. Haven't had that many attempts, just 14, 4 for 14. So 30%.
Canada 8 for 11 on the penalty kill, but they are 2 for 4 in the medal round. Gave up that face-off. Power play goal to Mikko Rantanen. They lose a face-off here, and Quinn Hughes sends it across. Eichel, Thompson, Matthews, Matthew Tkachuk, and Quinn Hughes. And a pass in for Matthews, and he looked for Matthew Tkachuk and missed out an opportunity alone in front. Nick Suzuki and Brandon Hagel, the penalty killers for Team Canada. Canadians dodge one there. Around it comes, and that is Thompson chasing after it. He's got to go back at center ice. Here's Quinn Hughes in. A little stutter step at the line, almost put it offside. Into the corner for Matthew Tkachuk. Now Austin Matthews gets it back from Matthew Tkachuk. Quinn Hughes. Suzuki shadowing him. Eichel on that far side. And Thompson trying to center, denied by Harley. Under 2 minutes to go here in the first period. Thompson tried to jam off the side of the net. Puck came loose and rolled out by Suzuki.
Hear that one tick the post as Thompson attacked from the goal line.
Second unit came on. Gensel missed the pass. Taves leads it. Parayko didn't get all of that. And USA able to regroup around center ice. Jack Hughes out there now. Gensel, Boldy, Brady Tkachuk, and Zach Werenski. Broken up there by Marner, unable to clear it out. Whipped rink wide. Here's Jack Hughes, centering it, and then knocked away. Hughes gets it again. Jack into the middle. It'll come to Werenski. Jack Hughes dancing. Jack Hughes shooting. That deflected high. Brady Tkachuk in the final minute. And one shot on the power play, and back on the ice is Theodore. Comes up with it, and then rolled it away when it looked like they might have something going. Instead, it's an icing against Canada.
Tough for Shea Theodore, trying to do the right thing, just chip it forward. Sends it on the ice, and the best chance, though. Canada gets caught 4 on one side of the ice. They turn it over. Austin Matthews all by himself. But the pass on the backhand made it so he could not shoot it right away. He thinks if he can connect with Matthew Tkachuk, that's an empty netter, but a good stick from Von Taves to tie it up and take it away.
So an important kill for Team Canada.
No centerman, and Theodore out as a winger. Some confusion on where to go and who's doing what. Right now, defensive zone faceoff. Mitch Marner in for the draw against Trochek.
And Trochek's been also effective in the faceoff circle at over 60%. They're going to do that again. Actually, almost 70%, 69.6.
The U.S. trying to work a play here, trusting that Trochek is likely to get this faceoff.
JT Miller, top of the circle. Marner down low. They do win it. Miller got the shot on. A stop for Binnington, and now John Cooper can make a change.
Good whistle for Binnington to take there with the strange line combination post power play. Bo Horvat. I think if you're going to start McDavid in his own end, this is a good idea. Horvat for the faceoffs, get McDavid and McKinnon out there with him, and then Horvat can change for Celebrini if they get the clear.
Off the draw, the U.S. wins it. McAvoy wraps it into the corner. Harley leaning on his man. 4 to the corner. Miller trying to dig it out, working Harley over. It'll come back McAvoy, and now McDavid racing after it, but Slavin got back in a hurry. Jacob Slavin slowed up by Celebrini. Doughty out in this final minute. Turns it over. Checked by Nelson. Brock Nelson. And now it's back to Slavin. A shot. Doughty blocked that and comes up with it. He'll look ahead, but the clock's going to drain in this opening period. With the United States up by a goal. Shots even at 8 apiece. Matt Boldy at the 6-minute mark from Austin Matthews and Quinn Hughes. 1-0 after 1 in the Olympic gold medal game. James Duthie along with Cassie Campbell, Cheryl Pounder, Kevin Bieksa, and Elliot Friedman upcoming.
The BetRivers app welcomes sports lovers to an all-inclusive sportsbook experience. Kick back with props, money lines, parlays, and more. Sink into sportacular extras like live in-game betting.
Let's go!
Plus, with live sports streaming, it's always game on. Sound nice? BetRivers, welcome to your online sportsbook.
On the Dragon's Den 2-part special,
I think we've officially arrived.
the show's most successful pitchers return to the den.
7 minutes on Dragon's Den changed my life, and I want to do that for someone else.
And come full circle as guest dragons.
You are so inspiring.
If you work hard and dream big, you can make anything happen.
I thought I was going to get through this without crying.
Suspense is killing me.
I've never been so invested emotionally in a deal.
Dragon's Den Full Circle, new episode February 26th on CBC and CBC Gem.
When you play the lottery with OLG, you sponsor Ontario athletes. Your play supports athletes from your community.
Winner, gagnant.
She scoops. She scores.
Nordica, my protein play
every day. The Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 are brought to you by Coca-Cola. It's Canada's moment. Drink it in.
Olympic hockey on CBC is presented by Ozempic.
Petro-Canada Olympic Winter Games morning to Santa Julia. James is with the panel. James.
Ron, thank you. Kevin, Cassie, Cheryl, and Elliot alongside. Well, if nothing else, Canada should be comfortable with this. They trailed the Czechs 2-1 in the quarterfinals after one. They trailed Finland 2-0 after one in the semifinal, and now down to the Americans 1-0. Your impressions of the first 20 minutes of a game we waited 12 years for?
What a hit, Tom Wilson. I don't know if you need a coffee to wake yourself up in the morning or you need to watch that hit, but it's hard to get those hits in big games, and for him to get it that early definitely got everyone going.
I love how John Cooper's trying to get everyone in the lineup after a commercial timeout and an offensive zone faceoff. He puts Sam Bennett's line out. He knows he has to get those guys going. The next faceoff was a D-zone faceoff. It was Connor McDavid. I like what he's trying to do.
Well, there's no room out there, first of all. But what I'm looking at right now, when you set up those alignments on the faceoffs, you got to win them. And they were only 42% in the faceoff dot. You get out there on a PK, you got to find a way to win those end zone draws.
I know Boldy's a great player, but if you would have told me he could get through Taves and Makar like that, I wouldn't have believed you. That was a shocking goal.
And we'll get to that goal. We'll get to the Tom Wilson hit in just a second. But first of all, if these players weren't fired up enough for all of them playing in their first Olympics, except for Drew Doughty, they had two of the loudest guys in each room doing the announcements before the game.
Up front, we got Sally, Devo, McKinnon, we are going to win. Harvard, Melon, Lava,
Marchand and Tkachuk. Of course it would be Marchand and Tkachuk. Elliott said it on that goal. I didn't have Boldy breaking through two of Canada's best defensemen to score the first goal as a likely scenario.
So Marian Gaborik, who's been around here, one of the greatest Slovak players ever, used to do this move as well. Chip the puck up to the middle, and then it forces the defenseman to kind of try to get in your way, maybe run some interference, and if they don't, you're going forward, the D's going backwards, he gets by, and I feel like on the goal right here, and the only thing Makar could have maybe done is cross over the middle, get in his way, but he's trying to go back, forehand, backhand, 5-hole. Binnington knows this move. He tries to squeeze his legs together to not allow that, and it goes in short side there, so he wants that back. Makar and Taves want that back, but then they're going to get plenty of opportunities.
Well, Jordan Binnington, though, has been excellent at playing the puck in the first period. It's going to be really key so that there's less taxing minutes on the Canadian defensemen as the Americans are coming in flying, and we saw it time and time again in the first period. And if you look at these clips, not one Canadian defenseman takes any sort of contact, so it's going to be really key for Jordan Binnington to make sure he comes out with a purpose, comes out with an awareness of where his outlets are. And so far here in the first period, he's done an amazing job, and I think it's going to be really key because it looks like Makar and Taves are going to play a ton in this game, and if he can make it less taxing for them, it's going to be key.
When you were evaluating this matchup, one of the areas most felt the Americans had an advantage, if you go mano a mano, was on D with a whole bunch of puck movers. And how has that affected the first 20 minutes?
Well, one of the things I said in the opening was that first puck touch, and the Canadians are kind of lobbing that puck into the neutral zone, and when you're up against a very mobile D, they're going to get to that puck first. I like their first pass decisions here, and if you see, even on the hunt, look at this little escape pressure movement. You've got numbers, you've got triangles there for the Americans, so they're able to get the weak side of the ice. And just look at the poise and the patience. That's because Canada has locked the puck into the neutral zone. If you give this blue line an opportunity to go back and get the puck, you got pressure there, it switches to the other side of the ice, and then up they go. So they're advancing that puck quite quickly right now, but they're power in numbers that will use the other side of the ice, and then they're looking to advance it very quickly into the pockets, and this is how they're getting in. They weren't able to execute, but they found ways. I think Canada, if they are going to dump the puck in, I think it has to be a rim. so that they have to track that puck all the way in so that now the forecheck can get in and on their horse.
And make Hellebuck play it.
Yep, exactly.
Well, you mentioned it, Kev. The moment of the period besides the goal was the Tom Wilson hit. I don't know how Dylan Larkin is still standing and playing in this game.
Credit to him for getting up after that hit. So physicality is a tactic. It's a strategy used to wear down the other team, but also to generate some momentum. And Canada came out, and when the hits were there, they wanted to make them. You see Connor, I love how he's starting off hitting. Hagel was doing the same thing. And then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit contagious. The fans get going, and this was the biggest hit we've probably ever seen in Olympic hockey right there. And he did it smart. He put his stick on puck, and then he followed through, and because that, he didn't get a penalty, and they generated all the momentum from it.
You mentioned penalties. You know, after that first one, Canada's getting one. And
that's a straight up bad call.
Well,
right?
You know what? I always think about Brian Burke. He always says, don't make your first penalty of the game look like that. And unfortunately, it looked like that. So you know Canada's going to get one. And I do think Canada's power play versus USA's penalty kill, as you guys said earlier, is still going to be a huge moment in this game. The other thing you mentioned, Hellebuck, briefly, I thought he was great in the first period. They're going to have to disrupt his rhythm a bit.
You know, they missed a hooking penalty, though. Sam Bennett was driving wide. He was having a scoring chance. I thought there was a missed call there.
There was a couple of times, too, in the game where that Bennett line was hard on the wall. One of the things we'd said was getting off the wall quickest. That's the team that's going to win. There's some heavy pressure down low. They were able to get to the middle of the ice, and that was an effective line that got a couple of opportunities.
There's been nothing extracurricular, nothing after the whistles. Yep. As much as everyone wants to be big and bad and physical, everyone's composed, and nobody wants to take that penalty.
It's become the story, Ron, of this tournament for Canada is early adversity and the ability to overcome. They have 40 minutes to do here in the gold medal game.
Absolutely right. A rally against Czechia late in the quarterfinal, then Finland down 2-0. Oh, here we go. Boldy. So you talk about nothing. Oh, this is the too many men. Just at the end of the period, the clock ran out, or Americans would have been dinged for too many men on the ice there, Elliot, to your forecast. All right. When times are tight, pet tricks are the best medicine. Denny Brodeur played in Cortina for Canada. Marty Brodeur, his son in Torino, and Marty's son, his dog, Bruce, has suited up for the game in Milano. Bruce, it's a test. No bones about it. Perdita, when we come back.
Olympic hockey, presented by Ozempic. Wondering about Ozempic? Visit Ozempic.ca for savings.
Okay, gang, big win tonight.
Yeah!
With 4 video calls to her son during the game, 35 hours of watching Team Canada, some during work hours, 1 post that said Go Canada with a rock and roll emoji, and 3 highlight reels shared on her Mamacita's group chat. Our first star of the game, Maria.
I'd like to thank my family and especially my network.
Trust Bell 5G to connect you to Team Canada.
Her particular skill set can be helpful to us.
She's a con artist.
Instead of using your talents for crime, you'll be playing on our team.
I'm a cop.
Yeah, I'm a cop. You have a badge?
Not yet.
A gun?
Soon.
Not ever. I need to get off that boat and back to being a full-time detective, and you need to stay out of prison. The best way we do that is to keep our heads down and do as we're told.
90,000.
90,000.
The department will cover it, right?
No, they won't.
Wild Cards. Stream now on CBC and CBC Gem.
As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals to build mines, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity, good jobs, and growth home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario.
You move with ease, you catch the breeze. You're in the groove, every step is feeling right. You are going out tonight. Look at you, you're shining through. With the light, it's all on you. Open the night and make it move. Take the stage is what you do.
Time to check out the Google Pixel 10 Multi-View. Let's check out these watch parties. Yeah, they're going down. Oh, I like it. They're rowdy. I like a rowdy bunch. From Winnipeg to Toronto, all the way to the Ice Palazzo in Milan. People are watching this one, folks, and we get it. It's a great, big deal. Let's go. Olympic update presented by Wegovy. We're talking about cross-country skiing. Did you know this is the first time in history that the men and women actually compete at the same distances? I know, what took them so long? Which means the women get a 50K mass start. I'm going to take you back there. Let's go. Whew. It's a long race. It's 50K, like I just said. Test of endurance, strength, and mental fortitude. To me, it's not about your body after a while. It's just about how mentally you can push yourself. Around 29K into the race. Watch this. Sweden's Ebba Andersson. She loses her balance. She falls. She's trying to claw her way back. She was actually trying to change her skis. However, it didn't matter. She broke away and she beat everyone by 2 minutes after a fall. Imagine, that's how good she is. 4th medal for her. Her first gold after 3 silver. Half pipe, free ski. Looky, looky. There's Cassie Sharp. Good to see her back. She had that concussion, that fall in qualifying, so she's not here. And of course, event favorite, China's Eileen Gu. All eyes on her for gold. Her countrywoman, Li Feng Wei. This is her second run. Also impeccable. The judges liked it. They liked it so much they gave her a silver medal. Here's the top Canadian, Amy Fraser. There we go. And her third run was her best, but unfortunately not enough. Great Britain Zoe Atkin took 4th. Congrats to Goo. Curling, more curling. The gold medal game between Switzerland and Sweden. Yeah, shake hands before I take you down. That's right. What if they did the stink eye? Jump to 8th end in this one. Swedes up 4-3. Alina Pets with a hammer goes for the double takeout, but the Yellowstone doesn't roll far enough. Yeah, it's a steal of 1 for Sweden, making it a 5-3 game. Let's go to the 10th. It's now a 5-5 game. Anna Hasselborg with hammer and a chance to end this game. She does. That's a wrap. It's over. Great for her. She comes back and wins gold again after 2018. Canadians get their bronze. We saw their match happen yesterday, but because the gold medal happened today, they finally get to collect their prizes. That's a really nice prize, I gotta say. Unreal stuff for the Canadians. You gotta get a selfie. Better than an autograph. Yeah.
Medal Celebrations on CBC is presented by BRP, powering Canadians to get moving.
Tough start for Canada, but they're fighters. USA leads 1-0, second period. When we return, stay with us.
Olympic Update, presented by Wegovy. Ask your doctor for Wegovy by name. Visit wegovy.ca for savings.
Underneath it all, it's not just about getting back up. The hours spent chasing seconds, or the achievements that paved your path. It's about what helped you leave your mark. For 20 years, Intact Insurance has stood behind speed skate in Canada, and now we're partnering with Team Canada to champion all the Olympians of tomorrow.
Where does bravery live? In William Danjanu, who's breaking the mold of a short track speed skater with every stride. And in Sonia Schmidt, who spends her off-season planting trees to afford her Olympic dream. It lives inside Mikkel Kingsbury, who dared to speak his dream out loud and then dared to make it come true. Where does bravery live? Inside every Canadian, in the moments that define us.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you're a big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place.
CBC's coverage of the Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 is brought to you by Scotties. Canadian made, Canadian proud.
Well, when
when Cale Makar was 10 years old in the 5th grade, he was assigned a school project to write an autobiography. It was titled Cale's Amazing Life. It was perfect marks back then, 28 out of 28. But you think about all he's done in the years since, bursting onto the scene in the NHL, the Calder Trophy winner with Colorado, and then, along with the Avalanche, capturing the Stanley Cup in 2022. He was their most valuable player, winning the Conn Smythe Trophy during that Cup run. He's got a pair of Norris trophies already in his trophy cabinet, and now here as a member of Team Canada trying to chase an Olympic gold medal. He said before the game the adversity they faced in the medal round just to get here will serve them well here against the Americans. And for Makar, Chris, it may be time for a second edition of that autobiography.
Got a chance to write quite a chapter here in the last 40 minutes. By the way, good morning to everybody across the country watching on CBC, Sportsnet, TSN, CBC Gem, and listeners across the full CBC radio network. Mike, we might have some sparks flying in the second period. Team Canada has outscored their opponents 8-1 in the second. Team USA 12-1. So a couple of dominant teams on the long chain.
And an adjustment for Canada. Nathan McKinnon, Marner, and Stone. So John Cooper going at the different look. We have not seen this, I don't think, at any point in the tournament prior to this opening shift.
We'll see who joins McDavid and Celebrini as we get it underway. Matt Boldy's goal, the difference right now. And that puck got by Marner and skitters down, but not icing, so Hellebuck will stop it up. Mark Stone lost an edge. Jack Eichel into Team Canada territory, snaps that shot right on. Rebound picked off by Marner. Up ahead it goes Stone, and Eichel comes back. So Eichel playing against two teammates on this first shift of the second period, Marner and Stone.
Anyway, trying to take a look at who's coming out next for Team Canada's Jack Eichel. Been centering the Tkachuk brothers every game in the tournament so far, and he's so good at skating that puck way out in front of him. That long reach and his incredible strength. It's a pretty good look in on Jordan Binnington from the angle. So it's not going to be Tom Wilson with McDavid.
No. Yeah, that was... I saw Wilson come out first and thought, well, he's back with McDavid and Celebrini. A hand pass halts play, but... John Cooper said that he was waiting to get this line together, and they became an effective line. Bennett, Marchand, and Wilson against Finland, and he's going to keep them together. But not for very long on the ice as McDavid and Celebrini come out.
Double shifting McKinnon
again.
Just a little wrinkle to start the period, but right back to the big guys together.
Another face-off win as the U.S. is starting to take charge in that department, but ice the puck and a face-off back in the American zone.
And John Cooper has done a lot of this in the last few games, really working hard on the bench, trying to find the right combinations, the right D pairs, the right individual defenseman, depending on the situation. And that is not going to change as this game goes along.
Connor McDavid held without a shot in the first period. He's had multi-point games in each of the 5 in the tournament so far. Team Canada on a 15-game win streak in the Olympics. Sanderson redlined it in. Binnington can't wave that down. Around it comes to Makar. Off the stick of Miller, but Team Canada works ahead. Taves goes after it, and Binnington chops that away. Taves battles, and McKinnon gets on it. Here's McKinnon spinning it. McDavid fires, and off Hellebuck and just wide as it leaked past the goaltender. Close call there. Makar and Theodore together. And here's Cale Makar up for McDavid. Up against Slavin. Faber, a little hesitation, and Tom Wilson was bearing down. Here comes Slavin into the zone. Jacob Slavin sent it wide. Boldy kicks it back towards Matthews. Advancing is Sanderson. Trying to get it to Matthews on the far side. Back to the line, Werenski. And Sanderson shooting. Didn't miss by much. And boomerangs back into the U.S. zone. Marchand over the boards. Werenski with the puck. A lead feed for Boldy. Harley there. Gensel went to the net, and now Gensel has it behind the cage. Pareko up the boards. Quinn Hughes is there. Back down for Gensel. James Gensel from Nebraska. 11 different states are represented on this USA team. On to the left side for Larkin. Jack Hughes trying to get loose. Harley spun it behind the net, but Jack Hughes gets on it. Knocked away from him, and now Team Canada will try and exit on this near side. Up ahead, it's Jarvis. Seth Jarvis stopped up by Quinn Hughes, but stolen by Hagel. Hagel trying to get in. Spun it across, and that was blocked by Tage Thompson. McCarr steps up. Off the skate to Quinn Hughes. Back to the line, Taves. Cale Makar again, and he lost the handle. And we'll have to reset at center. Makar gets it across. On the move, Suzuki. Here's Nick Suzuki in front. And that one tapped, but missed by Seth Jarvis in the slot. Matthew Tkachuk trying to line up Taves. Makar comes up with the puck. Seth Jarvis at center. Over the line, trying to swing wide here on Sanderson. Tried to put it in front, and Matthews back defensively.
Another good defensive read from Austin Matthews. He has been solid defensively.
Dowdy. Here's Taves. Marner. And fired deep by Stone. Sanderson back. He'll play it around. Stone had a good line on that, but unable to come up with it. It's Sanheim to Stone. Back it goes. Dowdy called for it. Got it. Shot! And Hellebuck was going the other way on the tip. McDavid now. Across, and that pass cut off by Boldy with Sanheim open on the other side. Canada looks like they're gathering momentum. Stone in front, and Eichel got back to prevent that pass. Along the boards, Marner centers. Off the boards, Wilson shot. Doesn't get to the net. Brady Tkachuk on it. He can't clear. Marner with it. Spins it back. Thomas Harley off the post. Hit the base of the post on the stick side of Hellebuck. Kept in. Nice shift here. And the shot by Marchand is stopped by Hellebuck. Wilson lines up his man. It's a piece of Boldy. Back in Tom Wilson. Brady Tkachuk went after him. Harley shot blocked. Brady Tkachuk will send it ahead, and Boldy is out. But Tom Wilson's been a force in the opening 25 minutes of this game. Here goes Cale Makar through center. Trocheck got a piece of that. Makar kept going. In behind the net. Trying to center it. Unable to get that in front. Horvat. Reinhart parks in front. Here's Horvat warding off a check. Reinhart's got it. Going to come out in front. And a sharp angle shot stopped by Hellebuck. Devon Taves gave it away. Chance, and Binnington with a stop off Nelson. Now Reinhart back the other way. Here's Sam Reinhart in. Just under 2 minutes of the first period. Horvat sent it wide. Jarvis around. In behind the net. Horvat after it. Off the bench is McKinnon. Here's McKinnon. Back to the line. Theodore's shot is blocked. It'll come to Sanheim. Defers to McKinnon. Theodore in front. And a toe stop by Hellebuck on a tic-tac-toe play. McKinnon again. McKinnon, who scored the first goal of the Four Nations final, and stick disrupting things, and we'll have to go back to get it. Jay Theodore up ahead. Celebrini, the goal-scoring leader, with 5. McKinnon tried to get it around to McDavid, broken up. Larkin checked. Matthews will force it out to center. Here's Colton Pareko. Approaching 7 minutes. McDavid taken down. Celebrini across, and Larkin disrupts that pass. Intended for McKinnon. Hughes maintained his balance. It's sent in behind the net. Jack Hughes after it. In front. And that goes off the skate to Larkin. Larkin to Thompson. Bennington out to make that stop. And he'll cover up as Tage Thompson, very dangerous in that area, is stopped by Bennington. Here's the chance. Stopped by Hellebuck.
Dear Sarah, I know what you're thinking right now. Can I really do everything? Hockey, fashion, all of it? Some people will think that you don't belong, but don't be one of them. You're gonna do more than you ever dreamed. And show girls just like you what they can be.
These beautiful things that I've
It's bone cancer.
Well, Jordan Bennington, that was the conversation coming in. Would he be the guy? John Cooper stood behind him. He is the guy coming into this gold medal game, as is Connor Hellebuck, as it was in the Four Nations final. Connor Hellebuck talked before the season about not overthinking things after going through Four Nations last year, the playoffs with Winnipeg last spring as well. Both back in the crosshairs in this gold medal clash, both having a say on things as we approach the midway point, Chris.
Hellebuck's made 13 stops, 10 of 11 for Bennington. Bennington head-to-head with Hellebuck, though better numbers until this point. Slightly better save percentage and goals against.
Bennington just came up with a big save on Tage Thompson. Canada, they're doing a great job pushing to the offensive end, but still have to be very disciplined in their own end.
And there was that one deflection stop by Hellebuck. It was Connor McDavid who got his stick on it, so that's his first shot on goal in the gold medal game. Off the draw, Wilson ahead, Marchand after it. McAvoy, Jack Hughes, there's Hughes, and Wilson takes that away. Long lead feed, Marchand getting back was McAvoy to make a good defensive play. Larkin's in, he got bowled over by Wilson. Tage Thompson at the line. Now Quinn Hughes. Here's Hughes shooting. Rolled in front, and Bennington kicked that away. Looked a little awkward there as if maybe something wrong with his skate as he spun in the goal crease. Centered in front, back in. Oh, nothing awkward there. Brilliant stop by Bennington. Now ahead. Wilson out to center, end of a shift, and Bennett without a stick goes to the Team Canada bench.
It's a couple big ones on Thompson by Bennington.
Free stick, Bennington will fire that back down the ice. Jacob Slavin, Jack Eichel, Brady Tkachuk will roll it in. Hard back, Matthew Tkachuk has him lined up. McDavid tried to take over behind the net, but unable to come up with a puck, and Matthew Tkachuk's got it. Spins it back off his brother. Brady, Eichel, Slavin across. Here's Faber. Marner, Stone, and McDavid here. And it's swung back by Boldy. Faber moves up, in behind the net. Taken away from Eichel. And now Stone. He can't clear. Slavin, shot to the leg in front. Breakaway. Connor McDavid is in to tie it. And stopped by Hellebuck.
He wanted a hook on that too.
Well, his first major grade A chance of this final. Knocked off balance there, and there's going to be a penalty. Gensel tackling Hagel, and he'll get the gate. So a close call for McDavid, and now a penalty call against the United States.
Connor McDavid gets sprung on the quick turnover. You think there's no way anyone can catch him. As he slows down to make a move. More of a stick on the hand than an impactful hook. A little bit like Theodore's, though, is what Team Canada would say. No call there. Could have been a penalty shot, not called. And immediately after that, Jake Gensel goes to the box for an obvious interference on his teammate Brandon Hagel. So Canada gets their first power play. They have the best power play in the tournament. They've got 7 goals already. A chance to get on the board now. Like I said, penalty kill has been perfect for the U.S.
Yeah, it's the irresistible force against the immovable object as the U.S. has killed 15 straight so far. Canada with a power play goal by Nathan McKinnon to get here. But they're turned back by J.T. Miller, Vincent Trocheck out there. Those two have excelled. They are a big reason why the U.S. is perfect so far in the kill. McCarr trying to barge through. It does! McCarr looks like he got held up. It'll be 5-on-3 as Cale McCarr draws another penalty. And they'll have a 2-minute advantage for 93 seconds.
USA penalty, 25, 2 minutes, okay.
McAvoy for the hook, a little wrinkle. Canada's been doing the drop pass back to McDavid virtually every single power play breakout. This time McCarr turns up the ice and just attacks. And it's a hook, it's a can opener from McAvoy there. And so this is a golden opportunity. 93 seconds, 5-on-3. Haven't seen much of this during the tournament for Canada.
No.
Maybe in practice, but rarely in game situations.
Not just a chance to tie, maybe a chance to seize the lead if you want to get greedy. Right away, they start with a face-off loss, and Faber will turn them back. It's been an issue so far. Here's McCarr, who was able to create this 5-on-3 situation. A little more room for 97. Celebrini is in. Back to McKinnon. Neil McCarr on it. McKinnon winds, and he whipped that wide, and it'll bounce back to the Team Canada line. It's like a brief meeting with Bruce Cassidy when the penalty was called, but they lose possession again. And
that is inefficient. Bobbled entries, missed nets for clears.
The American fans like the penalty kill so far. Back in they come to get it set up. McDavid on this side. Celebrini down low. Back from McDavid. Celebrini. McDavid. Celebrini. And Hellebuck made the stop. And again, J.T. Miller clears. Just a half-minute left in the 2-man advantage. Connor McDavid's going to take it. He'll work it in and kick it back to McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon with Theodore ready to go. Theodore, Celebrini. Theodore again. McDavid, Theodore, Celebrini right on, and Hellebuck with a clutch stop off Macklin Celebrini. 8 seconds left in the Gensel penalty.
In many ways, looked like a group that hasn't been out there that many times, trying to figure out exactly how they want to attack. Give the U.S. full credit for their penalty kill. Giving up shots on the edges, trusting Hellebuck to make the saves, and he wasn't square to that one, but he found a way to get a piece of it, that one as well. And power play that didn't run through McDavid as much as they usually do. They've add a couple more seconds back to the power play here. Still a 5-on-3 though. If you can win a face-off, 10 seconds to attack.
Just 2 shots so far. On the 5-on-3, Horvat to win a draw, does. McCarr doesn't shoot. McCarr now has another chance and trying to go back door. And miss Marchand. Marner. McCarr again. 1 penalty done. Marner down low. Marchand. And Hellebuck didn't give him anything to shoot at. And the puck cleared. Not only 15 seconds left. In danger of coming up empty. Marner ahead. Big pass, that's icing. Against the Team Canada power play.
What a job by the penalty kill for the U.S. They have been a strong point in their game throughout the tournament. And that minute and a half down 5-on-3, and Hellebuck only just a couple saves required. Scrambling at times, but getting the job done.
When the looks come to the near side in our vantage point, Connor Hellebuck doesn't look like he's giving them very much to shoot at all. He's been sharp so far. Just readjusted the clock again. 8:10 left in the period. 6 seconds remaining in the McAvoy penalty. And Pareko waits for a line change. Here's Marner in. Mitch Marner cruising through. That shot goes high and out off the stick of Sam Bennett. So a push and a golden opportunity that goes for naught. Still to the USA by 1.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place.
I get it. It's hard to change. Me? I'm pretty loyal. I've been on the same team for 17 years. Same coach for 11. Never switched my number once. And I start every warm-up with a pass from the same guy. What's up, Curtis? And I shoot from the same spot. Every time. So you can imagine how good something has to be for me to change.
Can't beat it, can't beat it, can't beat it, can't beat it with the big bad dough. Come on. Don't I make it look easy? Don't I make it look good? Yeah.
Connor Hellebuck has been razor sharp throughout the tournament and in this game as well. First period, tracking pucks, looking big. When he sees it, it looks like right now he is going to stop it. Second period, it's got a little bit more action around the crease, including a quick breakaway by McDavid and a long 5-on-3. You got a goalie who's won multiple Vezinas. He's won a Hart. He's been one of the best for the last several years, and he is playing at that level right now.
Get the next one, boys. Let's get it.
Certainly is. Does not have the big game reputation of the guy at the other end, but he's certainly supplying that right now. Face off to Hellebuck's right. On by Trocheck. Hughes, and there's another case of Trocheck taking the draw, going off, and Austin Matthews coming on. Matthews off the stick to Pareko. Brandon Hagel chips that ahead. Wilson going to charge after it. Not going to be icing. It is. And Wilson taken to the end boards. And malfunction at the junction there as Boldy upended Wilson, and McAvoy went sprawling over top.
And Wilson was looking for an interference. McAvoy, pretty good effort actually not to run right over Wilson in an awkward spot. He goes up, he would have skated right into his helmet. Oof, could have been much worse.
Offensive zone face-off. Matthews to take it. And it rolls to center. McAvoy fires it right back in. Bennington missed it. It comes to Pareko. That'll bounce into the slot. Matthew Tkachuk not able to get it to the net. Wilson chops at it. Here's Hagel. McAvoy back defensively. Takes a hit from Hagel. Big Gensel for Matthews. Sanheim up the boards and back out. Celebrini and McDavid back on the ice. Jacob Slavin brings wide. Over the boards comes Eichel. Lost it, but he's going to get it back. Fired that off the side of the net. There's another shot bouncing in front. Knocked away to the line. Slavin dumps it back in. Sanheim takes a look. Canada's top line trying to get out of their own zone. Theodore around, nobody there. Sanheim racing after it. Puck centered, and it's deflected out by McDavid. Bennington with P.T. Miller in the vicinity. Out for Stone, bounces by him. Sanderson back, Team Canada changing. Lead feed, jump the stick to Trocheck and icing against the USA.
Any shift you get Celebrini and McDavid and McKinnon in their own end, that's considered a bonus. Celebrini has been all over the front of the net. His parents watching anxiously, of course. His role has grown and grown, including over 25 minutes in the semifinal.
John Cooper mentioned after the game that the way he was playing, I'm surprised they didn't play him more. Here's Makar across Taves, and that almost leaked through. Cycled back by Marner. Nick Suzuki's got it. Mark Stone tries to center. Back on it is Suzuki and Stone. To the line, Makar gives it back to Stone. Flipped it toward the net in front. Sanderson knocked it away. It'll come to Makar. And across. In front, and Taves just missed. Looks like it glanced off the skate of Sanderson. Come on, Taves. Not shy about jumping up. And that centering pass intercepted by Werenski, and he'll get it out. Ron Taves hits Suzuki. Back in they come. And Suzuki shot off a stick, or that come up and...
No, he's good.
No, he's okay. Okay. Puck out of play. Thought a U.S. player was down. Connor McDavid had this chance to tie it.
As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals to build mines, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity, good jobs, and growth home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario.
Every winter, the birds fly south. Not all of them, just the ones who can't handle it. The days getting shorter, the wind getting meaner, the sun that might not come. Because chasing warmth is natural, for some. For others, they were born to chase something else.
Well, you can't be surprised it's a one-goal game. We've spent a lot of time in tight quarters over the years between these two teams. In 2002 in Salt Lake City, by the way, it was early lead for the United States, but one-goal games, overtime, seem to be a theme over the last few years. And Wayne Gretzky's seen a lot of this and knows that it is far from decided. Shots, by the way, 13-7 Canada in this second period.
Helped a little bit by the 5-on-3, but again, it's been a nice push even after the power play.
This time Trocheck loses a defensive zone drop. And Parayko shooting through traffic. Hellebuck looking around the screen there of Horvat to make the catch.
Left side face-off, they put Horvat. John Cooper's recognizing the lost face-offs are costing this team opportunities. So Horvat on the left, he wins it, ends up with this Parayko shot through the screen. Now that the face-off's on the right, McKinnon heads out for his strong side.
Against Matthews, they win the draw. McDavid back to Parayko. And Harley, that one knocked down in front. Harley after it. Behind the net, McDavid Jostled there by Quinn Hughes. Back to Harley. And Pareko. Out of the reach of Celebrini. Gets it back in front. Oh, rolled it right just wide. And the U.S. clears that. Team Canada continues to get looks. Trying to get back on even terms. Quinn Hughes for McAvoy and around. Off Boldy and back goes Sanheim. U.S. are changing. Doughty ahead, and he just missed Bennett, who was loose. Quinn Hughes, who was not in the Four Nations, up ahead to his brother. Jack drops it off, and Larkin's on the move. Here comes Dylan Larkin in. Checked by Doughty. Tom Wilson along the boards. Larkin trying to dig it out there. Gage Thompson does. Thompson against Sanheim. And Bennett back. Doughty looking up ice. He hits Wilson onto the left side. Bennett got the big tying goal of Four Nations. And that played past Wilson and out. Levon Taves up ahead, Stones in, and McCarr. McDavid in front. McCarr looked like he healed that and comes back to Taves. Heel McCarr again. McDavid. Dave back.
McCarr wants it. No stick over here.
And so McDavid goes to that side. He's got the puck in deep, in behind the net. A chance for McCarr. And again, it's Hellebuck with the stop. And the first starts to fly in behind the U.S. net.
Matthew, the aggressor to start this whole thing on Cale McCarr.
The Kachuk's in the middle of it. McCarr taking his time getting to his feet.
Ready, some words for the Canadian bench. Matthew Kachuk, some words for Cale McCarr. And I don't think Canada's going to react to this, going to keep playing. Twice in a row, Hellebuck on the wrong post. It's open. Celebrini can't quite get a clean look. And then McDavid on the rebound tries to bank it back against Hellebuck's skate. He just misses his angle as well. And taking advantage of a guy without a stick, finding the good shooter. Well executed, but another good save for Connor Hellebuck.
After all that, Tom Wilson went over and visited with Gord Dwyer, so
I don't know if you're going to let them scrum to that degree after the whistle. That would be noteworthy.
JT Miller along the boards. 3 minutes left here in the second period. Shots 24-15 for Canada. But Matt Boldy's goal 6 minutes in continues to stand up. A missed 5-on-3 power play opportunity. You hope that doesn't come back to haunt here today. That's icing U.S. Well, there's one of the all-time greats, Serge Savard. When Serge Savard was in the lineup for Team Canada in the 1972 Summit Series, the Canadians never lost. Hall of Fame defenseman. I once asked Scotty Bowman who his best defenseman all time was, and I mentioned Doug Harvey and went through the list, Nick Lidstrom, and he immediately interrupted and said, "You forgot somebody, Serge Savard." Off the draw, Quinn Hughes, bouncing puck, and McAvoy will carry it out. Here's a lead feed. Trying to barge in there was Horvat. So it's Horvat with Marner and McDavid. Horvat to the bench. Celebrini comes on. So Marner's going to get a turn here. That pass slides deep. Sanderson up the boards. That'll be kept in by Harley. He'll try it again with Quinn Hughes. Up at center, Pareko broke that up with Matthews poaching at the Team Canada line. Around for Boldy, past him, and that will be icing again against Team USA.
I think Team USA has such faith in their centermen. They don't mind these ices. They just figure they're going to win the defensive zone as it is. And for Bo Horvat, the wrong guy chasing him, and Jack Eichel, who is as fast as anyone in a straight line. He gets body position, separates the puck from the man, and turns it over.
Horvat, Hagel, and Suzuki. Different combination, goes to Taves. Makar downhill. Snoop scores! Cale Makar has tied it.
Those icings, finally, watch the pick Brandon Hagel sets up Matt Boldy. That is running him right into the board. That draws Gensel underneath, cues up Makar, and this shot is perfection. Just above the pad, Horvat bothering guys in front. That's one-on-one. Makar, Hellebuck, and Canada's been pushing. Finally draws even.
18-16, time of the goal, so there's the next chapter in the Makar autobiography. A huge goal here late in the second period. Canada had been pushing. Go back to that game against Finland. Well, against Czechia when John Cooper said it's coming. Yeah. It's coming. And it felt like it was.
But I think for Canada to get rewarded in the second period when they've had this long sustained push of play and the 5-on-3. And the pick by Hagel draws in Gensel, they 2-on-1 him, and if there's one shooter from defense you want if you're Canada, that's the guy.
6 points now in the tournament for Makar. 15 goals on the season with Colorado.
Chris Rooney just coming to explain that wasn't icing, that was offside. If Canada wants to make a change, they can. They do.
And again, Mitch Marner, who played with McDavid at times during Four Nations, is back on the right wing here. With McDavid and Celebrini. Back at the line, that shot knocked down in front by Sanderson. Kept in by Parayko. That one blocked by Nelson. Out comes Dylan Larkin. There's Larkin in. Nelson can't reach that. In behind the net. And around it goes for Slavin on his backhand. Miller a pass that's out of the reach of Hanifin, and they'll have to go back to get it. Hanifin matched up with Slavin here in the final minute for defensive purposes for Team USA. It'll be Marner up with the puck. Now Nathan McKinnon to work. Here's McKinnon inside the line. Fired it! That glanced off the glove of Hellebuck. Eichel back the other way, trying to catch up to that. And over the line they come. Brock Faber. And a chance here for Matthew Tkachuk. Binnington down. And the puck in the corner. McKinnon tied up. Matthew Tkachuk back to Quinn Hughes. Walking the line. And staying with him, Seth Jarvis. Stick came up on Jarvis. It's Faber with shot. And that off the bar. Was that in? Close call there. That may have been a two-poster. And now Makar ahead. Dying seconds. And the whistle sounds on an offside. Oh boy, that looked close.
Jordan Binnington trying to fight through the screen to see this Faber shot. That was a double doink. Post. And out. Game of inches. Canada gets a break there late in the second. That would have been tough to handle after finally getting the tie game.
Mike Canada up to 19 shots in the period. That's the most they've had in one period in this tournament. And they're doing it in the gold medal game. And again, you mentioned they did have the two-man advantage. Didn't really pile it up during that point. And now they're going to set the tone for the third period as they have a full scrum here in front of the U.S. bench. McAvoy in the middle of it. Tom Wilson separated. And it looks like that'll be the end of it. Well, how's your heart rate? We're through 2. I think we're through 2. If they still jostle. A 1-1 tie in the Olympic gold medal game. And the fans across the country watching this. Second intermission coming up.
The road to opportunity is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies to unique solutions from our team of mobility experts. Because we believe the more ways we all have to move forward, the further we'll all go.
Where does bravery live? It lives inside Cynthia Appia, who refuses to let the high cost of sports slow her down.
Here we go. It's a thing of beauty.
I don't believe it! That might do it! Oh my goodness!
That was huge!
Holy smokes!
Who saw this coming?
Welcome to the Olympics.
The BetRivers app welcomes online casino players with places to play and places to pause with responsible gaming tools.
It's time and spending limits for us.
Very good.
Deposit limits work for me.
Excellent choice.
I prefer a good cooling off period.
Very cool indeed. BetRivers responsible gaming tools. Welcome to your online casino.
Children are expressing their disappointment after the Tooth Fairy failed to collect their teeth.
No fair, Fairy.
Not just the kids, you know.
No word from the Tooth Fairy. What can she be doing?
Introducing the most powerful Intuit QuickBooks ever. With AI agents to do it for you and tools to help your accountant collaborate with you. So whatever's holding you back, outdo it with Intuit QuickBooks.
CBC's coverage of the Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 is brought to you by TurboTax Canada. Now this is taxes.
Olympic hockey on CBC is presented by Ozempic.
Welcome back. You'll hear from Drew Doughty a little later in the intermission, but right now you see it's the panel, and here's James Duffy. James.
Ron, thank you so much. Kevin, Cassie, Cheryl, Elliott alongside. Of course it's going to be 1-1 between Canada and the U.S. with 20 minutes or perhaps more to go before we decide a gold medal game. For a long while there, Hellebuck looked unbeatable. How did Makar finally beat him?
Well, it started by winning a face-off, and Bo Horvat is put on this team for many reasons, but the main thing I think he thinks is for his face-off prowess. He's taken 16,500 face-offs in his NHL career, and he's 55%. He lost his face-off against the Finns on the penalty kill. It happens. He's 55%. He's not 100%. He's going to lose some. He took that one personally, and tonight he's went out there on numerous occasions. John Cooper's trusted him to take the big draws. He wins this one clean, and this sets up the Cale Makar goal. You can have all these great face-off plays. You know, the U.S. have like a bunch of plays in the book. None of them work unless you win the face-off. So it's a lot of pressure on the centerman. Bo Horvat comes through there.
You know, and Taves busting to the middle of the ice, right? To open up, he can go back to the left or go over to the right to Makar. But I thought it was a few shifts before that the Canadians set up a huge forecheck down low. They collapsed the U.S. players, which left the points open. And I thought they were grinding away about 4 or 5 shifts before that goal was scored. That was a big part of it.
But we all talked about Cale Makar and having to be just outstanding in this game if the Canadians were to be successful. On the face-off draw, I really liked how wide he was on it, and he was looking and fading away. He was looking at where every American player was on the ice, and he was just sliding out. And so as that happened, everyone was kind of on one side of the ice, which gave him the dot, and he took it.
I thought that was Canada's best period of the medal round, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe the tournament.
I wouldn't make that argument considering the appointment or the opponent. I would say this: if Canada plays like that in the third period, you've got to feel good about their chances. Very good.
And so big for momentum after it was all sapped away. With full credit to the U.S. defenders and Hellebuck, how do 5 of the best players in the world not only not score, but not really generate a great chance on that 5-on-3?
Yeah, I didn't feel like there was enough movement on it, but it certainly starts off in the face-off, Dodd. Originally with that 5-on-4, you got to win that face-off and be able to get to your sets right away. And when they don't, look, there's going to be pressure. Everyone's fighting for it, and you're up a very active mobile D who is pushing right away, pressuring. So now you're on the wall, you can't get off the wall, and then it gets sent down 200 feet. The hardest part now is to get back in. Once you're back in, you can actually get to your sets. You have to figure out ways to get the movement happening. I personally don't like that one guy up high because you don't force 2 guys to rotate. And when they're not rotating, you're only giving the outside shot, which Connor Hellebuck is able to get square and to be able to make saves. You're also taking away that cross crease play. So overall, yeah, Hellebuck has to be outstanding on it, but you can't miss the net. You have to make sure that you're putting pucks on net. You got to shoot when you have the opportunity, not look for the better play. Give credit to a very aggressive PK. But overall, guys, I just felt like it was a little bit disjointed, and they didn't get sort of the PK moving, especially with 2 players down low. I wanted one player, right? I wanted the other player to rotate up.
You know, you go.
No, we're like the power play. We're disjointed. I just liked how Binnington, there's 3 clears on that 5-on-3. He pumped it up every time. He gave him a chance to get back in zone.
I'm talking about the best player in the world. Remember his first few shifts of this tournament, it was a shoot-first mentality. He's got to shoot more on that power play if they get another opportunity.
Hellebuck, as I mentioned, has been awesome. Binnington has been at his best in this tournament at the moments where Canada could not afford to give up another goal, whether it's obviously the OT game against the Czechs when Finland was up 2-0, and in this game when it was 1-0 particular early in the period.
Do you know, you think about it, the ice was tilted. You mentioned it, probably Canada's best period of the tournament. So Binnington wasn't overly busy, but when he was, oh boy, did the U.S. get some high-quality chances, and Binnington was right there solid, a giveaway right in the slot, and he comes up with a huge stop. This one he got some help from the post. Ding, ding, ding. It doesn't matter how many posts he hit, he'll say he made the save. He was big in that second period.
He was huge, Cassie, and one of the goalies in the league just said that he's coming out so far that he's trusting his defenders to make sure there's nothing backdoor. Like the way Canada's playing, Binnington's coming out and challenging the shooter. If the U.S. is going to have to be able to go side to side to beat him.
I was going to say, Canada wasn't getting any breaks. They needed something to bounce off somebody's leg. But that double doink at the end is the greatest break they've gotten.
As a guy who loves the Vikings, I'm glad they borrowed the Bears place kicker for that one.
And you know, another break they did get, James, the first TV timeout, Rooney called over Connor McDavid, and he said to him, we don't know what he said, but I think he said, Tom Wilson is close. He's walking this line. He hit Eichel there. It was a little bit of a blindside. Then he left his feet. And Connor went right over after that conversation and went right over to Wilson and said something. This is the time to simmer down a little bit. He's gotten away with a couple already.
He's given up one now, but Hellebuck, who of course, has the Vezina, has the heart, and has had some great games with Winnipeg, but hasn't had that career-defining game. And even though giving up one, still has the potential to be here in the third period.
I actually think this tournament, at the beginning of the tournament, there was debate about whether or not he should start. He has ended that. It's like Binnington. At some point in time, you say, this is our guy. And today, he has been their guy. I've seen a lot of screenshots. I've seen a lot of deflected shots. I think the team has done an incredible job in front of him, making it hard for Canada. I was actually, Cheryl, shocked that they scored on him because I was beginning to think there was nothing that was going to beat this guy today.
But I also think, Canada's getting really tight sometimes. So I think that if they pop out a little bit higher into that slot area, they're also going to force the D to move. So now all of a sudden, when you get a shot off and that rebound kicks out, you might be in a good position to bury it. But I think Canada get a little too cute sometimes. Shoot the puck and force everyone to turn.
He's really deep. You saw a bunch of those clips. He's really deep in the net. So upstairs, they got to look to go upstairs on those second chance opportunities.
Couple saves he made, we were talking about, because he's big. He's so big in that net, and he's deep, and the 5-on-3, he's not moving side to side like a Saros, and he made a couple saves just because of how big he was there.
Yeah, we're like 15 rows behind him, Ron, and we said this in Four Nation. Just the difference in size between the two goalies and how much room they occupy the net is something else. So here we go, tied at 1. We waited for this for 12 years, 20 miles to go, and waiting on a hero.
Terrific, James. Brock Faber of the Minnesota Vikings, a.k.a. the Minnesota Wild. This is kind of cool. At the end of the games, guess who's at the gate seeing off the team? It's Cale Makar. Number 8, right there. Your Team Canada, he's got your back. So much so that Drew Doughty gave up his 8 for Makar. He's next.
Olympic hockey, presented by Ozempic. Wondering about Ozempic? Visit Ozempic.ca for savings.
Dear Lori, taking risks doesn't scare you. What scares you is not making it. But trust me, you will. Enjoy the journey, on the mountain, and down any trail you blaze.
Night in Canadian music, the 55th Annual Juno Awards, with your host, May Martin, live March 29th at 8 on CBC.
Maybe I could. Yeah, I'll just ask. Wondering about Ozempic? Ask your doctor and visit Ozempic.ca for savings.
Introducing Virtual Up, the latest in a long line of innovation from Nespresso. It's innovation you can touch, innovation you can sense, innovation you can taste. In every single cup. Your coffee, your way. Nespresso. Sip for yourself.
What a moment this is right across Canada. You heard Chris mention 19 shots for Team Canada in the second best of the tournament. How many shots do you folks need to go through this? Welcome back. Great game through 40 minutes of play. You know, in a game such as this, the star player will have the orbit around him if he's on in that game. Matt Boldy for the Americans, although Hellebuck, as mentioned by the panel, great. Matt Boldy's been in on some pretty interesting things. Hellebuck showed his defiance in the first period. Celebrini with the shot, follows his own rebound as he always does. Hellebuck head down, thinks that Celebrini sticks him. It's actually Matt Boldy, so Connor looks over, oh, it's my own guy, no problem. So Matt Boldy sticks his goaltender and then sticks Canada's goaltender with first blood in the game. And not only that, when McAvoy leaps over Wilson, and they got back at it later in the period, who's in on the carnage? It's Boldy. So definitely, he's a guy that everything seems to be happening around for the Americans. Don't have to tell you, for Canada, it's Cale Makar. Kevin mentioned at the top of the show, he'll wait, let the game come to him, but when he decides, he is the difference, and this is just a beautiful shot. Drew Doughty wears 8 in Los Angeles, 89 here because of Makar. Let's go to Kyle Bukauskas and Doughty.
Well, Drew, it felt like a goal was coming. How were you guys able to push so effectively here in the second period?
Yeah, we're just we're playing on our toes. We're getting changes, making them tired in their D zone, getting pucks to the net, and we need to do that for the third too.
You are the one guy on this roster playing today that has lived these types of games. So what has to be the message with 20 to go?
I mean, all the nerves are out. 2 periods are gone. Just go out there and play the exact same way we played in that second period. Get in front of that goalie, get some goals, and obviously be tracking hard and keep them out of our net.
Thanks very much, Drew.
Yeah.
All business. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Kyle. So there's Cale Makar, and here's the reaction in the Stampede City, his hometown. Calgary grateful for Makar. Canada grateful for Makar. It's 1-1 after 2 periods of play. We'll get you back to CC and Mike. And the third period next.
Petro-Canada Olympic Winter Games morning is presented by Petro-Canada. It's no time to hibernate.
Instacart lets you choose your bananas.
Get them just how you like.
Instacart lets you choose your bananas.
From green to extra ripe.
Use the app to control your bananas.
What a sound to be alive.
It's a thing of beauty.
I don't believe it! That might do it! Oh my goodness!
Nails the landing. What a shot.
That was wild! What an incredible performance!
That was huge.
Holy smokes! That was in another stratosphere.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Welcome to the Olympics.
Remember, it's pizza, then French fries. Pizza and French fries. That's it, you got this. Love you, kiddo.
Here she comes up next. Representing Canada is Laurent Saint-Germain.
Together is golden. McCain.
The Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 are brought to you by McCain. Together is golden.
Well, 24 years ago tomorrow, the Tragically Hip played a concert in Salt Lake City. Sure, Cassie and Shell remember singing along to fireworks that night. If there's a goal that everyone remembers, it was back in old 72. It was back when Gretzky passed to Lemieux in 87 at the Canada Cup. It was back when Joe Sakic scored in 2002. It was back when Crosby yelled, "Iggy!" in 2010 in Vancouver. And it was back when Connor McDavid scored for Canada just over 1 year ago. Every generation has that goal that everyone remembers. Connor grew up with it. He illustrated one. We await that goal in a one-all game, Canada and the U.S. with Olympic gold on the line, Chris.
It does feel like we're watching a game that's going to enter the pantheon of all-time great Canadian games. And we're glad you're watching on CBC Sportsnet, TSN, CBC Gem, or listening across the full CBC radio network.
Wilson and Tkachuk getting acquainted off the opening faceoff. Larkin taking a shift in lieu of Matthew Tkachuk.
Okay, we'll monitor that. So they outshot Finland 31-9 in the last 40 minutes. They outshot the United States 19-8 in the second period here. Game tied. Gold medal on the line here in the third period at the Santa Julia Arena. Macklin Celebrini to work. He'll swing wide. Back for McDavid. Without a point so far in this game. That puck turned over and Wilson gets on it. Here's Wilson sending it wide. Around for Harley. Celebrini. Fencing in the corner. McDavid behind the net. Watched by Hughes. And now McDavid trying to center. Blocked by the paddle of Hellebuck and then flipped off the mask of Hellebuck, who's readjusting here. As Celebrini reaches in, but that puck fired down the ice, and that's icing against the U.S. Canada with a strong opening shift.
Good plays along the boards. Clean touches. Get the puck off the dasher and able to go to the offensive zone and go to work. Connor McDavid tried to bank that one in from behind the goal line. You're right. Flip the mask of Hellebuck. Cooper continues to juggle the lines shift after shift. Gotta pay attention on the benches.
Suzuki, Marner, and Stone. With Makar and Taves. Another racing call. Jack Eichel, the most ice time among forwards for the United States at 11:45. McDavid, 5 minutes more than that. And Macklin Celebrini, 15:25. So the heavy minutes, but they conserved their energy in the early portion of this tournament. John Cooper did not go heavy on the McDavid group. That one deflecting high and knocked down by Hellebuck. McDavid still averaging under 20 minutes for the tournament. Here's the goal scorer, Makar. Back to Taves, who set it up. His shot ends up at the side of the net, reloading for Taves. Devon Taves for Marner. McCarr's on the move. Mitch Marner wide. In front. Taves. Oh! It went out the other way. As Hellebuyck got a piece of it, Taves had an open net. Cannot believe that didn't go in. McCarr ahead. Bennett, but Marchand ahead of the play, and we'll get a chance to see how close Devon Taves came.
It was a great rotation up top. Mitch Marner throws it to the back door. Oh, he saved it. Hellebuyck got his shaft of his stick on it. Taves is poking in the empty net. You think there's nothing there. Hellebuyck with the paddle to keep it tied.
A game saver perhaps for Connor Hellebuyck. Wow. Marchand's got it. He'll fire around far side. Gensel's there. Knocked off his stick by Doughty into the USA bench.
You're there on the lip of the crease. It's a wide open net. Taves is thinking, I just need to touch it. I don't need to worry about where it's going to go. I don't worry about elevating it or getting it on the ice. I just got to touch it. So he pokes it and it gets a couple inches off the ice, and Hellebuyck does not give up on the play. Makes an incredible save.
As Taves talking to himself on the Team Canada bench. Jack Hughes took a whack at it. Sam Bennett after it. Slaving an outlet, and the Kachucks, well, Matthew Tkachuk anyway, so he's out there now with Jack Hughes trying to get to the net. Marchand tracking him. Bennett will take over. And Bennett dumps it back off Sanderson and deep. Both teams changing. And both teams have made some alterations to their lineup here. Here's a centering pass, deflecting it. Hagel there to clean up the mess, and back out comes Jarvis. Horvat trying to hop up with him. Seth Jarvis in deep. Taken to the boards by Sanderson. Horvat to the line. Colton Parayko across. Harley off his skate. Unable to control that. And Boldy out to center. Thomas Harley. Seth Jarvis back in for Hagels. Firing it across. There's Parayko. Horvat. It reaches Hagel. Back to the line, Harley shooting. And that glanced off the stick of Hellebuyck in front. A hit on Jarvis. Horvat nearly stole it. Now Boldy off the boards past JT Miller. And does that have enough for icing? Just. 3:22 into the third. And the momentum of the second continuing.
Couple of close chances. There was a camera puck in on Jordan Binnington. Parayko gets a piece of this attempted pass from Gensel. And this was tricky. Binnington had to fight it off.
Off the draw. JT Miller out. He'll roll it back. Carr on the tape, Celebrini. Now McKinnon. Back on this top unit, fires that, a rebound left in front, and it bounced past Celebrini in the slot. Team Canada with 12 slot shots in that second period of their 19 on goal. That puck forced out. Now Miller hands it off, Quinn Hughes is in. Here's Hughes dancing. Quinn Hughes against Sanheim, centered, and back the other way. Celebrini knocked off his stick. He looked like he was going to get away. And now a shot by McAvoy. And now Celebrini is away. He's got a break. Backlink, Celebrini. Rebound is stopped. As Connor Hellebuyck stops another breakaway chance. Tapped out to center. On it now is Suzuki. Nick Suzuki back in. What an atmosphere here at the Santa Julia. Dylan Larkin tried to get away. Chopped away from him. And Marner is back. Out comes Big Parayko. Colton Parayko dashing in. Fired that off the glove. Rebound collected by Marchand. Harley. Parayko, and he drifts that wide. Knocked down by Wilson. Harley again. Parayko, try it again. Right on. And that sticks to Connor Hellebuck.
Impressive stuff by Connor Hellebuck. Celebrini blocks this one. He's gone. He's in alone. He's got a chaser, but the leading goal scorer in the Olympics tries to go under the pad, but Hellebuck is quicker down than Celebrini is with the release and the poke check on the rebound. To turn it aside, he stopped McDavid and Celebrini on breakaways in this game.
Celebrini with 5 shots in the game, 35 for Team Canada, 17 for the U.S. And a face-off win. Team Canada starting to get the edge in the face-off circle now after a slow start in that department. Harley a bouncing puck. Brock Nelson trying to force a mistake. Drew Doughty up ahead. Drew told Kyle that the nerves were gone. Try watching Drew. I think the fans across the country can say the same right now. Thomas Harley, Seth Jarvis. Hagel goes after it. And it goes, cut off there. There's a chance in front as Horvat able to create a turnover. Now Taves deep and around, but nobody there for Canada. Out comes Jack Hughes into the middle, and Taves swept that off. Hagel trying to get loose again, and Quinn Hughes is back. Past 6 minutes, and Jack Eichel will speed in. Here's Eichel into the corner, hit by Makar, centered it, and that is blocked by Makar. Brady Tkachuk banned on it. Makar trying to work it ahead, spins away, but gives it away. Eichel intercepts. Jack Eichel back in and around, and Brady Tkachuk tied up there by Makar. Tom Wilson out. This time he rides shotgun with McDavid, but McDavid and Celebrini peel off on a chain. Wilson steals. He'll flip it through. Onto it is McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon twists. Across. Shot. Blocked. Another chance. And that goes high as Theodore with a couple of whacks at it. Team Canada dominant right now. The best chance. 2 chances for Macklin Celebrini.
In us exists the need to move, to chase every horizon, and embrace bumps in the road. We are never idle. We're restless, relentless, resilient. This is how we move, how we win, how we roll. Get moving.
Can she stick the landing?
She can! Oh, the crowd loves it!
That is superb brush control. A huge effort.
This is what we're made for, Canada.
Getting the McDonald's you love for just $5 plus tax every day? That's not just value. That's McValue. Get $5 McValue meals every day.
Delivery of the game presented by Instacart, the winning way to get groceries delivered. Well, Elliott mentioned in the intermission coming into this tournament, yeah, there was a little bit of a question. Would Connor Hellebuck still have the U.S. net? He has answered all of those questions through the preliminary round, in through the medal round, and now here in this gold medal game. 2 big saves alone in this third period. He has delivered for the U.S. Canada still trying to deliver that go-ahead goal as we remain tied, Chris.
Macklin Celebrini checking out the tablet after his breakaway chance. And Mike, during that break, John Cooper really worked the bench. A lot of discussion down there, and he's gone away from the loaded up line and has Nathan McKinnon back between Mitch Marner and Mark Stone. Off the drop, USA possession. 7 minutes plus gone here in the third. Rink wide it goes. Gensel sends it around. Matthews and Boldy out there. Boldy the goal scorer for the United States. McKinnon ahead. Stone across for McCarr. Taves, who had that glorious chance, off Marner down while the rest of Team Canada makes changes. Flipped around by Boldy. Sanheim got there against Gensel. Now Wilson after it. Puck loose and Marchand dishes it off. Sanheim redlining in. Sam Bennett on the forecheck. Bennett getting after it. Leaning on Sanderson. It is Marchand. And played away from the onrushing forecheck. Sanderson's got a little more time to get it organized with a line change underway for the United States. Here's Brock Nelson with that Olympic gold medal lineage. Hughes trying to center, denied. Hughes getting it back, forced to the line, and that puck is out. And it's on the stick of Hagel. Brandon Hagel charging in. Can't force the shot through. Nelson sent it around, and Celebrini trying to stuff that. It comes to center. On the left wing, Hagel still there with McDavid and Celebrini joining. Here's McDavid behind the net. Back for Hagel. Around out of the reach of Makar. Bennington left it. Up to Celebrini. Now to McKinnon. Makar moving. Across it goes. They try to get it back. It's in front. Oh! McKinnon missed an open side. What a chance for Nathan McKinnon. Another squandered opportunity. Quinn Hughes racing in. He'll take a lap. Quinn Hughes to the line. And across. Bennington down. A rebound. Takes Thompson after it. And the U.S. comes close. It's Hughes shooting. That goes wide. In the corner, a battle. Celebrini knocked down. Got leaned on by Big Thompson. And it's flipped out by McDavid. Nathan McKinnon's going to be thinking about that one. Taves and McKinnon with glorious chances. Past the midway mark of the third. And over the Werenski flips it away. Bouncing back to Sanheim. Doughty. Horvat. Off the skate of Sanheim ahead. Jarvis plays it inside the line. Jack Hughes winds it up. And now Jacob Slavin. Deflected deep right on, and Binnington will backhand that away. Left by Slavin down. Slavin back in. Wraps that around out of the reach of Binnington. Boldy to the corner. Jack Hughes, and that's batted to the line, but not out. And Binnington knocks that into the corner. Here's a pass ahead for Marner. Marner's got Suzuki with him. And it jumped the stick of Suzuki on the backhand. Stone across. Out of the reach of Parayko. Marner after it. Up against Matthews. Too many men.
He's playing it. Hughes is playing it. Put the guy on the ice.
Oh, they didn't call it.
Oh, my goodness.
There were way too many on the ice, and they played the puck. Here's Marchand in. Marchand around. And in front of the net. Shot to the line. And blocked near the defenseman. Hellebuck still down. And it won't go. And cleared to center. How did that stay out? And now it's backhanded in deep by Dylan Larkin. Got to get a look at the too many men. We've seen it before, not called. Celebrini. And it's Bennett. It's McKinnon. Just missed. Nice tilted. McKinnon still looking for the go-ahead goal. Back to the line. Sandheim across. Theodore shot. And Connor Hellebuck one more time. How many chances? There's the McKinnon opportunity. And then the goalmouth scramble.
For over 25 years, Access Storage has been supporting our communities from coast to coast, keeping your treasures safe. Access Storage, proud partner of Team Canada, from grassroots to gold medals. We've come a long, long way together. Our gear, our games.
Canada's bench trying to corral themselves after the last sequences with chances and the too many men not called. Jack Hughes is changing, hits his skate. There's 4 forwards out there. Gensel's not off there. He plays it while Gensel's still on the ice. The official said, well, it just hit his skate, but he elected to play it. And it clearly too many men.
Once he played it, that should have been called. There were 7 out.
If he would have just stepped on the bench, you have a conversation. But once he plays it, that's a penalty.
Most saves in a game for Hellebuck this year, as he has stopped 38 so far. Shots 11-5, Team Canada here in the third. So it's 30-13 after 31-9 after 2 periods against Finland. On even terms here, and thinking about some chances that have gone away. Bouncing puck comes across to McAvoy. Jack Hughes side of the net, cut in front! Couldn't get a backhand away. McKinnon got over there. And now McDavid. Sandheim to Celebrini. And across, McKinnon galloping in. Pivots, backhand, stopped with the rebound. Slicing in his
Jack,
Bennett.
He just got cut.
And a penalty coming up against Bennett. Bennett was just going after a rebound there. We'll have to get a look. As slow to get up there is Jack Hughes, and the United States gets a power play with 6:34 to go, and they're going to try and show blood here.
His missing teeth. So, nobody had any choice but to call a 4. Bennett was crashing down on a loose puck.
Canada penalty number 9, 4 minutes, double minor high sticking.
And after all these chances, puck gets into the corner. Oh yeah, he's fallen down and just accidentally, but absolutely stick right into the chin of Jack Hughes.
A lot of discussion among Finnish fans that the penalty on Mikkola shouldn't have been called.
High sticks are high sticks.
High sticks are high sticks, and it's 4 minutes for the United States with 6:34 to go. Your Team Canada didn't take advantage of a 5-on-3. Now they've got to kill a double minor.
After about 30 minutes where they have dominated play, the U.S. heads to the power play late to try to take the lead.
So Horvat out to take this face-off along with Hagel. He wins the draw. And they get a quick clear. Jack Eichel on the ice along with Austin Matthews, Tage Thompson. Quinn Hughes will quarterback it. Here's Matthews. Eichel. That pass doesn't work. Horvat trying to get in there. Thompson tied up. And Taves along the boards. Finally pried loose, and Matthew Tkachuk, the other member of this power play, trying to get it organized. Here comes Matthews in. On that left side, Matthew Tkachuk around for Thompson, whose shot is extremely dangerous. Matthews working against Taves. Fired back to the point. Quinn Hughes did well to keep that in. Matthews sizes it up. Challenged by Horvat. Back to Hughes. A one-time front. Loose in front. Binnington down. And it leaked out the other way. A battle for that. McCarr trying to step into it. Knocked off the stick of Matthew Tkachuk. And Marner's going to go for a skate. Playing it back. Now Mitch Marner sifting through. It'll come back to Stone with Marner. Over the line, Stone knocked off his stick. And they've killed over 90 seconds. But a lot more work to be done. Flipping it in is Jack Hughes. Parayko around. Gift into the line by Werenski. Gensel. Now Boldy. Werenski to Boldy again. Second unit on. Jack Hughes in the slot. Binnington stopped to the rebound. Knocked wide. Into the second half of the double minor. Werenski. Jack Hughes. Heavy traffic in front. It didn't get through. Now Boldy along the boards. Watched there by Harley. Loose. Hagel. Second try to clear. And he gets it by. Werenski and out. Team Canada gets a change. Back in comes Jack Hughes. He's tied up. And that puck will get cleared out. Looked like Marner got dumped for the Team Canada fans. Wanted a call. Didn't get it. Boldy along the boards and now onto the far side. That bounce off Jack Hughes. Stick up. Penalty coming. Team Canada's got a break. McCarr's in. And he got checked by Boldy. Picked up by Marner.
You want to keep it as long as you can. Keep it for the minute.
Well, kill the penalty if you can.
Stay back there. Don't rush. Don't attack. Just eat it.
Keep away. Now less than a minute to go in the Bennett double minor.
Mitch Marner understands what's going on here.
Great work here. Anxious time with the empty net. Eichel will touch. So down to 49 seconds. 4-on-4. And they extend the power play opportunity for a minute 11 after that.
Jack Hughes, who just took the high stick, now takes a high stick penalty. Exact same situation as Bo Horvat cutting, and Bo Horvat is. It's the same thing Bo Horvat trying to say he's missing a tooth as well. It should be 4 the same way Jack Hughes was a 4.
Well, that's a great escape. It looked like the Team USA had been handed a prime chance to win it.
Oh my goodness, and the save and then the stick by Horvat for what would have been a goal by Matthews. So 49 seconds, 4-on-4. Canada's bench has got to settle in here. You're probably not gonna want McDavid on the ice. You want him for the power play when it ends. So responsible guys, offensive guys for sure. Suzuki, Marner, get through the 50 seconds and then get the power play out there.
Enough drama for you? 40-27 the shots. And still tied at 1. And the draw. Matthews wins it from Suzuki. So 4 skaters aside for 40 more seconds. And then the Team Canada power play. Eichel turns away from his biggest teammate Marner, works in, shoots, and that didn't miss by much. Quinn Hughes at the line, and he'll have to come out. McAvoy works in, dropped it, left it, and away goes McDavid. Here's McDavid pivoting, looking for some help, dropping it back. Celebrini comes in, Celebrini, and he wired that wide. McKinnon across. Celebrini again. Tried to get it wide to McDavid. Didn't work, but now they are on the power play. Bennett will go to the bench. And over the boards comes Reinhart. McKinnon leaves it. McDavid. McKinnon in with McDavid in front. McKinnon holds. Hanging on down low. Bump back. Here's in the slot. And I think that glanced off the shoulder of Hellebuck. To the line, not out. Makar. McDavid, Makar, no shot. McKinnon, rink wide, bouncing to Celebrini. Under 2 minutes to go. Makar again, half minute left to the power play. Neil Makar for Nathan McKinnon. McKinnon down. Neil Makar for Nathan McKinnon. McKinnon down low, tip. Oh, went by and Celebrini had it at the back door. How'd he miss that? Missed chances, but still alive. McKinnon from near where he scored. Here's a shot wide. Celebrini whipped that off target. And the USA clears, and they've killed the penalty after Team Canada killed theirs. 70 seconds left. Next goal wins time now. Bedlam in this building. Who's going to be the hero as Suzuki sends it in? And that plate pass Harley down the ice.
Would have been an icing.
So no icing. But Team Canada quickly back in with possession. Marner to work. Gitzel rides him off. And now Zach Werenski pounces on the puck. Played away by Taves. A bouncer at center. And Devon Taves back in his own zone. Drew Doughty for Mark Stone. Here's Taves moving up. Devon Taves is in. Late stages of the period. Tom Wilson on the ice. Matthews checks him. And Marchand couldn't knock it down. Doughty fires it right back. 10 seconds left. Is there a buzzer beater? As the puck fired down, they say no icing. Doughty back. And the clock will bring 60 minutes. It's not enough. Overtime here in the gold medal game. There have been overtime heroes in the past. Peter Forsberg, you know this one. And in 2018, Kirill Kaprizov. Who's the hero in overtime here tonight?
Okay, gang, big win tonight. Yeah! With 4 video calls to her son during the game, 35 hours of watching Team Canada, some during work hours, 1 post that said Go Canada with a rock and roll emoji, and 3 highlight reels shared on her Mamacita's group chat. Our first star of the game, Maria.
I'd like to thank my family and especially my network.
Trust Bell 5G to connect you to Team Canada.
Every winter, the birds fly south. Not all of them, just the ones who can't handle it. The days getting shorter, the wind getting meaner, the sun that might not come. Because chasing warmth is natural, for some. For others, they were born to chase something else.
coverage of the Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 is brought to you by Wegovy. Ask your doctor for Wegovy by name. Visit wegovy.ca for savings.
Welcome back. Canada's population is 41 million. And we're doing the same thing everywhere. James Duthie to you at Santa Julia.
Ron, thank you. You know, we've wanted forever to have an experience like 2010. Now we got 2010 exactly all over again with overtime. The difference is, of course, that was 4-on-4 when Sidney Crosby scored the golden goal. This will be 3-on-3. And again, a 20-minute 3-on-3 period. There'll never be a shootout here. You wouldn't think it would go 20 minutes of 3-on-3 with all the skill on these two teams, but that is the format. Okay, there's Kevin, there's Cassie, there's Cheryl, there is Elliot. Canada fully deserving. They played their best game of the tournament by far. They've been by far the better team on the ice. But if somehow they don't win this game, all those chances in the third period will haunt them for a long time.
Yeah, 41 shots on that. It feels like it's been 20 great A's, great chances. Tip your cap to Hellebuck, tip your cap to the Americans for some of these sticks. But there's been a couple that a lot of these guys aren't going to sleep very well if they don't get the next goal. And, you know, like Celebrini's breakaway, McDavid's breakaway. And there's also been a battle in the crowd. Every time there's a cheer, it's Canada versus USA in the crowd. That battle's in the crowd, it's on the ice. It's been the best game I've ever watched.
Well, and the thing for Canada, it's the guys that you want to get the chances. You think of the two breakaways, Celebrini, McDavid, McKinnon had a wide open net opportunity. I think Celebrini had about 3 or 4 shots here on that power play, and he went right to the bench looking at the iPad. The game was on the line, and the guys that you wanted to have the puck had the puck.
Yeah, this is the best game I've ever been a part of. I mean, it's outstanding. I think I need to have a little nap here because I'm emotionally exhausted. But you think of those opportunities, a lot of them backdoor, a lot of them right in front of the net. You got to give props to Hellebuck right now and what he's been able to do. And it's a matter of inches. One little inch here or there, and that puck's going in.
Quinn Hughes. So Quinn Hughes is the guy I'm watching here. When they beat Sweden in overtime, Quinn Hughes was a 2-minute shift before they won the game, and the U.S. was looking for matchups. Who could they get Hughes against? And it was Landeskog in the Sweden game. So that's the guy I'm watching. Second thing is, these referees are nervous. You cannot give them a reason to call anything. What did they call? High sticks, because they had to call them. They've been calling them all tournament. That's the other thing I'm watching.
Should they have called the too many men penalty?
Of course,
yes,
of course.
Absolutely.
Well, hold on. The 3-on-3 overtime is interesting because it's not like an NHL overtime where it's 5 minutes and you can double and triple shift guys. 20 minutes is a long time. You can't go too heavy, Connor and McKinnon and Celebrini too early. So it's going to be interesting. And the ice has been great. One game today, the ice is going to be fast, but how they're deployed is going to be a little bit different than what we're used to.
And we talked about this in the last USA.
A lot of speed out there right now, guys like Connor McDavid and
I think we all wish it was, but that's the reality of the Olympics is they can't have a 4-period, 5-period NHL Stanley Cup playoffs type.
Why not? Nobody wants to go to the closing ceremonies.
Right. There's nothing else. Just postpone. Have the closing ceremonies tomorrow. Let's play hockey for as long as this takes. Who has the advantage 3-on-3? I mean, there's so much skill on either side. Does one team have an edge?
I don't. The team whose goaltender makes the bigger saves, like 3-on-3 is usually trading chances, and it's going to be a 2-on-1 one way eventually, then a 2-on-1 the other way. So it turns into what goalie makes the big saves. And there's always been a saying, like, who wants to be the hero? Like in the dressing room right now, I think they're going around, who wants to be the hero?
They did that in 2010. They talked about that.
And this is the moment maybe they miss Sidney Crosby more than ever. We talked about it a ton in the pregame.
You know he's in the room. You know he's in the room right now.
I mean, out on the ice, considering what happened in 2010.
He's in there.
And the other thing, too, guys, is the opening face-off for possession with these two skilled teams, right? You want to win possession of that puck right away.
Listen, I think the Americans have maybe a little bit more depth up front, but I still think Canada has the stars.
You know
they
what?
have the stars.
James, you said, who has the advantage? You give me Connor McDavid. I ride or die with Connor McDavid.
Absolutely. Well, we have some time here. I mean, when Bennett gets that 4-minute high stick, and I thought the stick kind of boomeranged off the boards. He got really unfortunate with it. But that look, you could hear the groans from coast to coast on that one. How did Canada kill it?
Well, they killed it by being with pressure, I think. Really, like, I think they never really allowed the Americans to set up. And watching the American power play the last 2 games, I was scared of this power play. They started to find the rhythm. They're moving. Eichel down low to Tage Thompson. They kind of found something there, but they never really got set. They never got in a rhythm. The clears were excellent. The pressure and the sticks were excellent by Canada, and they didn't use everybody. They rolled heavy Marner, heavy Hagel, heavy Horvat, and heavy Makar and Taves, and they got the job done.
Big play there by Taves in front, but that opening draw from Horvat, to me, the one face-off, I think that set the tone for them.
Well, and you'll also notice that they pushed down low, so they didn't give up that point as often. I think that's big, because it allows you to get to set and make sure you're not giving up that backdoor play. So I thought they did a real nice job contesting the entry and then being aggressive on rims and pucks that were loose. But it just felt like they swarmed low, pushed low, because they didn't want the D up high to be able to get the point shot or be able to move on the blue line and create a cross-seam play.
Cheryl, you said this is the best hockey game you ever seen. I'll wait till it's over and I'll let people smarter than me, historians, because there's been some great ones, of course. 87 Canada Cup, back in the day, Russia, Canada, back in the 70s and so on, 2010. But I think it's fair to say that with the skill on the ice and the speed the game is now played at, you said it seems twice as fast, and you retired, 24 years ago?
6, 7, 8, 9 years ago.
Is it fair to say that this is the greatest, what we're watching today is the greatest level of hockey that's ever been played? It is for sure. And the game's going to continue to evolve. In 16 years, hopefully we're saying it's even faster and better. Just think about the implications. Talk about playing with pressure. Think about the implications of who scores the next goal. 4 more years of bragging rights in Canada and the U.S., from minor hockey to junior to pro. The implications are high, very high for the next goal.
Anyone who says you shouldn't have NHLers in the Olympics, I mean, what are you not watching? I mean, this has been absolutely incredible. Best on best. We've been waiting a long time. What more do you want?
And it's an absolute track meet going back and forth right now, and the exciting momentum shifts within the game. But you look at the penalties and you have to kill it, the sacrifices, everyone laying everything on the line right now, and that's hard. That's the Olympic Winter Games.
I have nothing else to say. I'm too busy opening up my 4th pack of the day.
Bennington and Hellebuck don't like each other, right?
Right, they do.
Okay, so one wants to win.
It's officially a habit now, Elliot. Well, they've both been to 3-on-3 once already in this tournament. Mitch Marner played hero for Canada in the quarterfinal against Czechia. And as you mentioned, it was the brilliant Quinn Hughes. Both about 4 minutes, I think, 3-4 minutes into overtime. So neither lasted very long as the Americans beat the Swedes in that quarterfinal as well. Somewhere in one of those rooms is a guy who's going to score the Olympic gold medal winning goal in one of the best games ever and he'll be like Sid in 2010 for the rest of his life, Ron.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Siggy. That's Elliot's new nickname. I'm sure Connor Hellebuck's aware of what Jim Craig did to the Soviets on this day in 1980. He has been unreal. This was McDavid, the big save there, the one with the Jets.
Allegiance on CBC and CBC Gem.
25 years ago, we had an idea. What if the future of driving was electrified? And what if we led the charge towards that future? Today, that idea has grown into a diversified lineup of electrified vehicles. Believing in your own path. It matters to you. It matters to us.
Play it like the Professional Women's Hockey League. Home of the fastest, the fiercest, the best. From every day of the week to every 4 years. This is the game that asks us to be more, not less, more united, more fearless, more us. This is the PWHL. Play it big.
As Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job, building new nuclear facilities, speeding up approvals to build mines, diversifying our trade, bringing opportunity, good jobs, and growth home. Because this province doesn't just sit back, we build. That's how we protect Ontario.
So, what's next for Kia Nurse?
What? All-star, analyst, and 3-time Olympian ain't enough for y'all? When you come from a family of athletes, you learn that to change the game.
You gotta rewrite the playbook.
Thanks, Dad. So, do you stick to more of the same? Or do you switch to a team that sees the bigger picture? So what's next? Well, the answer's in your hands. Gemini, where were we?
We were looking up bigger trophy cases. Want me to find a store nearby?
Always number one.
Pizza and French fries. Pizza and French fries. That's it, you got this. Love you, kiddo.
Here she comes up next. Representing Canada is Laurent Saint-Germain.
Together is golden. McCain.
Mitch Marner through to the net, scores! Mitch Marner, game winner! Team Canada headed to the semis. Scores! Nathan McKinnon, 35.2 left.
Love that shot of Graham and Kathy, Nate's mom and dad, who always said, you don't have to be as good as Sid, you just have to work as hard as Sid. There's a Cole Harbour where the cauldron burns in Vancouver all the way to Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, coast to coast to coast. What a day this is. So you remember Salt Lake City, Mario Lemieux had a wide open net, 66, the magnificent one. He's not going to miss, you know that. I just love his reaction. Me, Mario, this doesn't happen. It can't happen. Well, it kind of happened to Nate Dogg in the first period, too. I mean, he's been either misses or he's you can't stop the guy. He's had a huge goal for Canada, shaking his head a little there. One thing about key moments, and James referred to it, you're a hero forever if you score this next goal either way. Stanley Cup champions have a tendency to be good when the pressure is like it is right now. If you go back the last 4 goals, okay, we got to go to Kyle right now. Kyle, come on in.
Okay, Ron, it's been great to see the different watch parties, how many people are tuning in from coast to coast to coast. How could you not for a game of this magnitude? This is the scene in Bedford, Nova Scotia, the Bedford United Church. Great watch party going on there. They did the same in Sochi for the gold medal between Canada and Sweden. They had a great tagline, come for the game, stay for worship, or join us for both. Yes, whichever deity you pray to, if you so choose. Hopefully they're listening. Canada and the USA for gold in overtime. Just like old times, Chris Cuthbert.
A lot of prayers being said across the country right now. Mike Johnson, I didn't think this could exceed the hype after a 12-year wait, but it is.
It has been spectacular. Canada, all these chances, now find themselves on 3-on-3, and worth noting, teams did not switch ends for overtime. So both will have the shorter change as they get going, and it's going to be the big guys. McDavid, McKinnon, Makar.
Connor McDavid, 19 career overtime goals, regular season and playoffs. make it 20 if you count last year when he won it in overtime in Boston. Can he do it again? Matthews and Boldy with Quinn Hughes, McKinnon, McDavid, and McCarr. Either going with their face-off, get-off plan to start. Again, 20 minutes, 3-on-3. And if they don't decide it after 20, we'll resurface the ice and do it again. No shootout to decide this.
No way does it make it another intermission. No way.
And off the draw, looked like Canada was going to get it. And McDavid with a great stick does earn first possession when it looked like the U.S. had it. 97. Going to take it in. And he fanned on the shot. And has to get back defensively. He'll fly down the ice. Quinn Hughes with Matthews. Drops it off Boldy. Hughes and Bennington with a great glove stop. U.S. with the first chance. McKinnon's going to turn back as they were changing. But the U.S. was McKinnon right on. Hellebuyck's got to eat it. Face off in the U.S. zone. And we almost finish it twice in the first 36 seconds.
I mean, Jordan Bennington, what can you say? What a save to stop it. One-timer by Quinn Hughes. He's way out of the net. You think he might be vulnerable to lateral plays? Hughes puts it upstairs and just with the tip of the glove, Bennington keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves.
Keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves. Back to Celebrini, cuts inside, shoots, and that's off the leg. And now a lead feed, they try to spring McAvoy, fumbled it. Marner gets it back. Kid brother with the goal that ensures a gold medal. And
those are the two guys, though.
Connor Hellebuyck.
Connor Hellebuyck.
Those are the stars.
I mean, if there was a reputation of not being able to win the big one, not be able to come through when it matters most, that has got to go.
Well, the Johnny Gaudreau sweater has been in the dressing room, and that is a touching scene as the Gaudreau family. Emotional. Johnny would have been on this team. To set it up. And the USA winning both the men's and the women's in dramatic fashion, 2-1 in overtime. Megan Keller earlier, and now Jack Hughes. Experienced that and knows the feeling. Well, it's a classic. It just won't be remembered as fondly as other games where Canada found a way. And Connor Hellebuyck looks a little like Jim Craig right now. Of regulation, 33-18. Canada tilted the ice. And we'll think back at so many chances that just didn't go, and the brilliance of Connor Hellebuyck to make sure his team stuck around for overtime. David leads the handshake line for Team Canada. grandfather won at Squaw Valley. His uncle, Dave Christian, part of the Miracle on Ice team. And now another member of that family, a third-generation gold medal winner, will take gold back to War Road, Minnesota. Set for the awards ceremony while U.S. players trying to find family in the stands. And a great play by Werenski, who was somewhat quiet during the game until the very end and made the play. And Sidney Crosby has come out for the medal ceremony. How we would have loved to have called a golden goal encore here today, but unfortunately, Sid wasn't able to go. What a game it was, and the U.S. gets the last shot. 42-28 again, the shots, as we send it back to James and company.
Chris, thank you, and great job as always, alongside Mike Johnson.
the 12th and final time at these Milan Games, the Star-Spangled Banner. 12 gold medals for the United States, both hockey gold medals. It's the most gold medals ever won by Team USA at an Olympic Games, and it comes down to the very last play of the very last event of these games, the Jack Hughes overtime golden goal that will be replicated by young hockey players, will be shown over and over, and will go into the lore of American hockey. Team picture coming up. You've seen the Johnny Gaudreau jersey. Kenny Albert and Eddie Olczyk did such a great job of the broadcast talking about it. Brian Boucher as well. Johnny and his brother lost their lives back in August in 2024. They were cycling. They were there for their sister's wedding in New Jersey that weekend before, and they were hit as they were on their cycles and killed. And the Gaudreau spirit, he's somebody who was right there with so many of these guys growing up young, representing Team USA. That's why you've seen that Gaudreau jersey everywhere. That's why these guys celebrate their teammate still with them. And you can guarantee that every one of those players, all 25, are going to have that picture for the rest of their lives. I'm talking to Mike Eruzione, the captain of the 1980 team, that bonds so strong still with all of those players. Their group chat was going crazy over the last couple of days as the momentum built. And there is the Gaudreau jersey with reminder and respect. And as we look behind, Dylan Larkin and Zach Werenski have gone into the stands to go get Johnny's kids. They're going to come out now, and they are going to hold their dad's jersey and get a picture with the gold medal team. You talk about sports, and you talk about the togetherness of a team. If you've ever been a part of a team, you know what it means. And when we say lifetime bond, it means lifetime bond. Oh, and see that smile? Zach Werenski holding Johnny's daughter. Gives you a sense of what Jack Hughes told Catherine Tappan, the USA Hockey Brotherhood. As Matthew Tkachuk and Dylan Larkin will take those kids back to the Gaudreau family. And Johnny's wife there. Emotional as you would understand, Meredith. Waiting for the kids to come back to her. At USA Hockey Brotherhood, in large part, the national team development program centered outside of Detroit in Michigan. So many of these players played together. The Hughes brothers. Kenny told you about Jack and Quinn, Luke, their brother, the dad, who moved them to Michigan when Jack was going to be a part, as the older one, of the high school hockey situation that led to the national team development program. And those three boys had such a good time playing together. And guys like Werenski and Larkin, who were on the ice, were also part of that team development program. Those were the three on the ice when that golden goal was scored. And one of the empty feelings about the Olympics is that the head coach, Mike Sullivan, the coaches don't get a gold medal with the players. But they'll get the photo, they'll take and savor the memories. And the players involved know that these guys did so much, especially bringing together a team of professionals from so many different places. Almost half the players who dressed for this game were going against a teammate on the other side, whether US v Canada or vice versa. And they'll go back and talk about the experiences and share it. But they put aside that contract and that sweater for country and flag. Not just these teams, Finland, Sweden, all the other dozen teams we saw in this tournament. Free Bird is the anthem for USA Hockey. It was played as the U.S. women's team beat Canada in overtime. Maggie Keller scoring that goal, 2-1. And now Brock Nelson and all the others who have kids or loved ones want to get those pictures that will last a lifetime. So 1960, just outside of Lake Tahoe, California, 1980 in Lake Placid, New York, was in North America, in the United States, where the U.S. won those gold medals. And because of a drought that almost lasted a half century, those teams are revered. They are held on to forever. And what happened today doesn't take away from the greatness of those teams or the meaning that those teams have in U.S. hockey. But what you saw today was the build of a generation, inspired perhaps by that team that lost in 2010 in Vancouver to the Sidney Crosby golden goal in overtime, or the team where TJ Oshie had all those shootout goals in 2014. That's when these guys were doing what you're doing, watching on TV, and they were young, and they were living the dream. So for all the young people out there, not just the hockey, but all the Olympics you've watched, those dreams are formed now. Go chase them and go get them, because our country loves sports, and it brings us together unlike anything else. And if you didn't know that, and if you haven't been watching the last 2 weeks, you saw it in Team USA Hockey, winning the gold over their arch-rival Canada here in Milan to wrap up these 25th Olympic Winter Games. A reminder, we're going to have the closing ceremony coming at 2:30 Eastern Time, and after that, our coverage of the NBA with the Lakers and the Celtics on our Sunday Night Basketball, and then we'll bring back some of the best of that closing ceremony tonight here on NBC. We'll also have the best of these Olympic Games as soon as the ceremony is done, our live coverage of that later this afternoon. The Hughes brothers. We know family is so much a part of your lives in sports. The Hughes brothers grew up as kids with a dream. The trio have all become first-round picks in the National Hockey League. And the two olders got to live their dreams and have magical moments. Quinn Hughes in overtime against Sweden in the quarterfinals, and his brother, few teeth down, bloodied, undeterred. The U.S. Hockey Brotherhood defined by Jack Hughes. The winning goal that will be remembered forever and set the chance of USA resonating through this building. And that team, that group, who knew how good the Canadian team was, who've gone up against these guys every night in the National Hockey League, know what they've done. They've laid a marker down for hockey in America. And Connor Hellebuyck, with a save of a lifetime. If Connor Hellebuyck has a fireplace and there's a mantle to hang a picture over, that is it. And that picture will last forever for goalies in America for that save. And he should be the one carrying the flag, because he carried the team in this gold medal game. The memory of Johnny Gaudreau touched us all and was not far. His jersey hung in that locker room every game of this Olympics. All 6 wins for the U.S. And it's proudly displayed like the flag. And 46 years ago today, Mike Eruzione called everybody up on that small platform for that moment in Lake Placid to be joined together in celebration of American gold. 46 years to the day, the U.S. together, arm in arm, listening to the Star-Spangled Banner with American pride. From Milan, Italy, bringing a nation together in the name of sport and spirit and success. United States 2, Canada 1. In overtime, the U.S. wins the gold medal. Rebecca Lowe will pick you up on the other side as our coverage of these Winter Olympics from Milan, Cortina, Italy continues on NBC.
Finland's bronze medal ceremony, some big smiles right there. But for Team Canada, it's a night of preparation. Our hockey panel has more on that. Over to James Duthie.
Thank you. With Kevin, Cassie, Cheryl, and Elliot, among all the things that makes this gold medal game so anticipated, the talent, the rivalry, how long we've waited, they are also so statistically even on how they got here. Canada 5-0, 27 goals for, 8 against. Americans 5-0, 24 goals for, 8 against. The one place the Americans might have an edge is health. We know Josh Morrissey is out. What are the chances Sidney Crosby plays?
I think they're pretty good as long as nothing weird happens overnight Saturday night or Sunday morning. Nick Suzuki said to him that Sidney Crosby looked good. So if Nick Suzuki says it's good, then I am inclined to believe it. No, but I think the goal was, could we get into position where he could potentially play in a final? And like I said, I think you'd be shocked if he didn't show up there, if he didn't think he could help them.
Well, yeah, and it's really tough with no Josh Morrissey over the course of the tournament. You're waiting to come back because you know that he's got the mobility on the blue line. They're going to be up against an American team that has a ton of heavy pressure on the forecheck. And I believe this back end is absolutely pivotal. You got to be able to escape pressure. You got to be able to transport the puck, and you got to get the puck up to the forward. So the breakout is critical. And I'm looking at Thomas Harley right now, playing just shy of 20 minutes. I think he's elevated his game. He's in that top 4. They're going to really need him to be effective.
We're going to see one of the greatest collections of talent ever assembled on the ice and the greatest collections of edgy guys. The Bennett line against the Tkachuks. We don't know if they'll match up against each other, but this has a chance at all-time high animosity.
Well, I think the Canadians want it that way. Muck it up, but stay on that fine line of making sure you don't take penalties. So I think you want that Bennett line going up against Eichel and the Tkachuks. They will have last change as the home advantage in this game. But I also think if you're the Americans, you probably want Eichel versus McDavid. So it'll be interesting to see how both coaches try to get their matchups. But the key thing for both teams will be to stay disciplined. You look at Canada's power play number 1 and USA right behind it at number 2.
Yeah, Canada's power play, I feel like, is going to have to create some offense for them in this game because of the deep defense for the U.S. And then the PK is pretty good. Do you guys think goaltending is going to be pretty important in this game?
The heated rivalry?
According to Elliot Friedman, Hellebuck and Binnington do not like each other. It's the rematch of 4 nations. They both are playing pretty well so far this tournament. And I think a key to this game, looking back to the finals of 4 nations, there's going to be more pucks dumped in. There's going to be more goalie to defense transitions. Both handle the puck pretty well, maybe slight edge to Binnington, but certainly it's going to come down to who makes the bigger saves.
Well, Canada is 4-1 in their all-time final meetings in best-on-best tournaments. Americans won 96 World Cup. That's the only one. So they're starving for one, but Canada usually saves its best for last.
Yeah, Ron, I wish we were kicking this off with better news, but Captain Canada, Sidney Crosby, he's not going to play in this gold medal game. 2 golds for Crosby, as we know, 2010, 2014, but just like the semis against the Finns, he is out. So McDavid will wear the C for Canada here against the U.S. But so every second Sunday, this was incredible, the parking lot across from the hotel we're staying at here in Milan, they have like a flea market. I was walking through it this morning. Of all the things that I saw was an old Easton aluminum 2-piece stick. Gretzky curb, left shot, just like Crosby. And that was the first stick that Crosby got, first 2-piece as a kid. So maybe that's a little bit of a good omen for Crosby and the Canadians here, some 5,500 kilometers away from Cole Harbour. I'm hanging out right now in the section where a lot of the Canadian players' families will be to watch the game. The Marchands, the Crosbys, they're already up. Troy and Trina in their seats early before warm-ups. Isn't that beautiful? The McKinnons, the McDavids, they'll be seated up here. The Bennetts, the Doughties, the Makars, a few rows down below. And Nathan McKinnon was saying that you know, they feel like kids over here, and a lot of the origin stories you'll be able to find right here. Hockey is in our driveways. It is in our dreams. It is where this matchup has been played so many times before. This is just the latest installment that we're all waiting to unfold here before our eyes. Connor McDavid said, this is what we have been waiting for, isn't it? And just over an hour away from puck drop here at Santa Julia. Ron, Andy, back to you.
This won't be Sid's last game in a Canada uniform. Here come the U.S.
Yeah, here we go.
The Americans taking to the ice. The Canadians are not far behind. We'll let the crowd take it.
Teams have moved in. Here's Makar. Neil Makar cycles along from Marchand. Jumped his thing. Oh, huge hit. What a hit by Tom Wilson behind.
Tom Wilson made the decision. He wanted no part of this puck. He knew Larkin was going to touch it, and he was going to finish him. And it's clean, and it is violent and physical. Exactly what Team Canada wanted to do on the forecheck. Canada's bench exploded until Larkin popped right back up and got back into the play.
Knocked by Matthews out and Boldy flipping it through, trying to break through. He does and scores. Matt Boldy for the United States. First of the tournament for Boldy at the 6-minute mark in the gold medal game.
That's about as pretty as you can imagine. Self-chip, and then he picks it out of the air again. The ability to explode through Taves and Makar. The second touch fools Taves. He thinks he's going to get it, gets out of his reach, and then he goes back against the grain. Posted in to open the scoring. Canada had momentum, but what a brilliant individual play by Matt Boldy.
Countries have competed in 116 different events in these Olympics. But there is no single sport more interwoven with one nation's identity than this game and our country. It's Canada, it's hockey, it's for gold. To call it, Chris Cuthbert and Mike Johnson.
Thank you, James. Good morning, Canada. Well, they've been on a collision course since Four Nations, and the ultimate hockey showdown is finally here. Many players on both sides describing this as the game of their lives, and we get to live it along with them. There's Jordan Binnington, who outdueled Connor Hellebuyck at Four Nations. 29 stops, 6 in overtime in that game. Mike Sullivan's team looking to avenge that here and win a third Olympic gold medal in hockey for the United States. Mike Johnson, a decidedly home ice advantage crowd for Team Canada here.
Canada's fans have come out in droves for the final weekend. And you think about what this game means to the players and maybe the legacies of some players. Connor Hellebuyck is one of those guys, to the best goalie in the world the last few years, but he hasn't won this game trying to get it done. And Connor McDavid gets the start to lead his team.
Chris Rooney, Gord Dwyer are the referees. Scott Cherry and Oni Hanamaki are on the lines. Well, Team Canada's taken us on quite a ride. Where do we go from here? They'll start with the big guys. Nathan McKinnon will center, at least to take the face-off. Connor McDavid and Macklin Celebrini out against Jack Eichel and the Kachucks. Here we go. in the Olympic gold medal game. Hellebuck out of the net. Brock Faber up at center ice. Brady Tkachuk will spin it in. Jordan Binnington out of the net to play that on the backhand. It'll come to the line, and that shot whistled wide of the cage. Faber will send it back in deep. Colton Parayko unable to get a stick on that. McDavid after it, then a bump there. Up along the boards as the puck comes loose. Here's a chance, and that shot just wide by Eichel. McDavid hit by Eichel. Team Canada unable to get out of their own zone here early. Jake Gensel's on, along with Matt Boldy. Quinn Hughes for Boldy, and he's headed wide. It'll be knocked into the corner by Binnington. U.S. going to the attack early. A centering pass here. It'll come back to Charlie McAvoy. McAvoy for Boldy in front of the net. That hit the traffic. Gensel swept it across. Unable to make a connection. Around it comes back to the line again for McAvoy. Up high. That shot blocked. And Team Canada will finally move it ahead. And Celebrini got hit. Still haven't cleared the zone here, but able to start a change as Sam Bennett comes on. Bennett got hit at the line by McAvoy. Gage Thompson on the ice, but Bennett will spin it back down in the U.S. zone. A snarl line for Team Canada in front as Tom Wilson just missed the stick of Sam Bennett. Out with Marchand. Another chance. And Bennett is stopped by Hellebuck. And away we go.
Tremendous first shift for the U.S. Down in the offensive zone, making McDavid play on their own end. The Tkachuk's doing a double team on Parayko. Almost put him into my box to start the game. But you knew it was going to be physical. It was going to be intense. Nothing surprising about that.
Puck fired down the ice. Binnington likes to play the puck and fires it out to center. That'll get chopped back inside the U.S. line. After here, Brock Nelson knocked off his stick by Travis Sanheim. Jake Sanderson back, scored a goal for Team USA in the final. Here maybe a chance in front, and Hellebuck is down to make the stop on Bo Horvat. And they'll mix it up early.
For Canada, you like to see some lines other than McDavid down in the offensive zone, taking advantage of turnovers. They're all star players, can make something happen. Hagel keeps it alive. Jarvis wisely takes the net. The back check of Nelson takes the pass away. Like see, put as many shots in on the goaltenders as possible if you can. Don't overpass early. Put it on the pads, put it off the ears. Take your chances if you're Canada.
So Nick Suzuki back in center in place of injured Sidney Crosby. Out with Marner and Stone, so everybody has been on the ice here just past 2 minutes of the gold medal game. Taves and McCarr, that pass didn't click. It's worked ahead. Now Devon Taves goes into the zone. Sent deep by Suzuki in behind the net. Around it comes, and Matthew Tkachuk's got it. Jack Eichel's on the move. Here's Eichel inside the line. Pass back through the slot, and Team Canada will clear it out to center. Fired back in by Slavin. Delayed offside, and Matthew Tkachuk has yet to clear, and he'll head back to the bench on a change. Dave's up, but now McKinnon. The nuclear line comes back, looking for a better shift than the opener. McAvoy ahead. Jake Gensel, checked there by Celebrini. Thomas Harley up to Celebrini, takes a look in front, and just out of the reach of McKinnon. Back to the line, Parayko. Fanned on that, and out comes Gensel, along with Boldy, who takes a hit from Parayko. Connor McDavid picks it up, got a little room here. Closed down by Matthews, gets it across, McKinnon did. Back it goes Harley, Celebrini, and just squeezing the pads is Hellebuck.
You mentioned a little bit more room there for that first line to start getting up the ice, making plays. As McKinnon just misses the first seam pass from Celebrini, but Harley's been jumping all tournament long, gets it back to Celebrini, who almost throws an off-speed pitch past Connor Hellebuck. Hellebuck says he feels better than he ever has in his life heading into this game.
Off the draw, Brock Nelson wins it. The U.S. centers have excelled in the faceoff circle in this tournament. Dylan Larkin, number 1, but they've got 3 in the top 10. On faceoff, Team Canada below 50% in the medal round. Brock Faber. Noah Hannafin up for Nelson. And here's JT Miller. Worked over there along the boards by Sanheim. Puck kept in by Hannafin. Bennington out to play that. Flicked ahead by Theodore, who scored that big goal 2 days ago. Kept in at the line by Faber. Sanheim ahead. Marner hit, but Suzuki follows up, but Team Canada out. Suzuki with Stone over the line. Here's Stone, and a glove save by Hellebuck.
It's been a tense medal or playoff round for Canada. Early on, never trailing, always leading. In the quarters and the semis, it's completely flipped. Trailing for almost half of the game. The 2 late comebacks and eventual wins. But on some level, maybe it makes them more prepared, more comfortable for a game where it's very likely going to be tight the whole way.
Team USA has trailed for 20 minutes and 5 seconds in the entire tournament. They did get a scare, as Team Canada did, in the quarterfinal, going to overtime against Sweden before Quinn Hughes decided things. Gage Thompson in after the puck. Tom Wilson up the boards. And now it's Devon Taves redlining in. Hellebuck had trouble with that. Marchand after it. It'll come back to the line. Flip for Wilson from distance, centered wide. Taves had moved in. Here's McCarr. Neil McCarr cycles him along for Marchand. Jumped his stick. Oh, huge hit! What a hit by Tom Wilson behind the net. He nailed Dylan Larkin. Well, that'll send shockwaves through the game. Here's Jack Hughes trying to get loose.
My goodness.
That may be as hard a hit as ever been registered in the Olympics. Brandon Hagel getting a piece of Quinn Hughes. Now a pass up ahead, another big hit. That one delivered by Thomas Harley. Team Canada asserting itself physically. Parayko up ahead. Not too far for Horvat, but it gives us a chance to take a look at some big-time contact.
Tom Wilson made the decision. He wanted no part of this puck. He knew Larkin was going to touch it, and he was going to finish him. And it's clean, and it is violent and physical. Exactly what Team Canada wanted to do on the forecheck.
Stone. He can't clear. Slavin shot to the leg in front. Breakaway. Connor McDavid is in to tie it. And stopped by Hellebuck.
He wanted a hook on that too.
Well, his first major grade A chance of this final. Knocked off balance there, and there's going to be a penalty. Gensel tackling Hagel, and he'll get the gate. So a close call for McDavid, and now a penalty call against the United States.
Connor McDavid gets sprung in the quick turnover. You think there's no way anyone can catch him as he slows down to make a move. More of a stick on the hand than an impactful hook. A little bit like Theodore's, though, is what Team Canada would say.
Horvat, Hagel, and Suzuki. Different combination, goes to Taves. McCarr downhill, shoots, scores! Cale McCarr has tied it.
All those icings, finally, watch the pick Brandon Hagel sets up Matt Boldy. That is running him right into the board. Now draws Gensel underneath, cues up McCarr, and this shot is perfection. Just above the pad, Horvat bothering guys in front. That's one-on-one. McCarr, Hellebuck, and Canada's been pushing, finally draws even.
Dave back.
McCarr wants it. No stick over here.
And so McDavid goes to that side. He's got the puck in deep, in behind the net. A chance for McCarr. And again, it's Hellebuck with the stop. And the first starts to fly in behind the U.S. net.
Matthew, the aggressor to start this whole thing on Cale McCarr.
The Kachuk's in the middle of it. McCarr taking his time getting to his feet.
Ready, some words for the Canadian bench. Matthew Kachuk, some words for Cale McCarr. And I don't think Canada's going to react to this. Going to keep playing. Twice in a row, Hellebuck on the wrong post. It's open. Celebrini can't quite get a clean look. And then McDavid on the rebound tries to bank it back against Hellebuck's skate. He just misses his angle as well. And taking advantage of a guy without a stick. Finding the good shooter. Well executed, but another good save for Connor Hellebuck.
After all that, Tom Wilson went over and visited with Gord Dwyer, so
I don't know if you're going to let them scrum to that degree after the whistle. That would be noteworthy. Tough to handle after finally getting the tie game.
Mike Canada up to 19 shots in the period. That's the most they've had in one period in this tournament. And they're doing it in the gold medal game. And again, you mentioned they did have the two-man advantage. Didn't really pile it up during that point. And now they're going to set the tone for the third period as they have a full scrum here in front of the U.S. bench. McAvoy in the middle of it. Tom Wilson separated. And it looks like that'll be the end of it. For Marner. McCarr's on the move. Mitch Marner wide. In front. Taves. Oh! It went out the other way! As Hellebuck got a piece of it. Taves had an open net. Cannot believe that didn't go in. McCarr hit.
It was a great rotation up top. Mitch Marner throws it to the back door. Oh, he saved it! Hellebuck got his shaft of his stick on it. And Taves is poking in the empty net. You think there's nothing there? Hellebuck with the paddle to keep it tied.
McKinnon. Tied up, Matthew Tkachuk back to Quinn Hughes. Walking the line. And staying with him, Seth Jarvis. Stick came up on Jarvis. It's Faber with shot. And that off the bar, was that in? Close call there. That may have been a two-poster. And now Makar ahead. Dying seconds. And the whistle sounds on an offside. Oh boy, that looked close.
Jordan Binnington trying to fight through the screen to see this Faber shot. That was a double doink. Post, and out. Game of inches. Canada gets a break there late in the second. That would have been tough to handle after finally getting the tie game.
As Connor Hellebuck stops another breakaway chance.
Impressive stuff by Connor Hellebuck. Celebrini blocks this one. He's gone. He's in alone. He's got a chaser, but the leading goal scorer in the Olympics tries to go under the pad, but Hellebuck is quicker down than Celebrini is with the release and the poke check on the rebound. To turn it aside, he stopped McDavid and Celebrini on breakaways in this game.
Up to Celebrini, now to McKinnon. Makar moving, across it goes, they try to get it back, it's in front, oh! McKinnon missed an open side! What a chance for Nathan McKinnon! Another squandered opportunity. Celebrini, and it's Bennett, it's McKinnon! Just missed! Nice tilted, but Canada still looking for the go-ahead goal. Back to the line, Sanheim across, Theodore shot, and Connor Hellebuck one more time. How many chances? There's the McKinnon opportunity. And then the goalmouth scramble. After it, up against Matthews, too many men.
He's playing it. He was just playing it with the guy on the ice.
Oh, they didn't call it.
Oh my goodness.
There were way too many on the ice, and they played the puck.
Canada's bench trying to corral themselves after the last sequences with chances and the too many men not called. Jack Hughes is changing, hits his skate. There's four forwards out there. Gensel's not up there. He plays it while Gensel's still on the ice. The official said, well, it just hit his skate, but he elected to play it, and it clearly too
once
many
he
men.
Played it, that should have been called. There were 7 out.
If he would have just stepped on the bench, you have a conversation, but once he plays it, that's a penalty.
Shoves it ahead, almost turned over, now almost a 3-on-1. Back was McKinnon in front, shot scores. Jack Hughes has won it for the United States. But the miracle on ice. Team USA wins in overtime and has their third ever men's Olympic gold medal. .141, the time of the goal. Jack Hughes, who's been coming on in this tournament, able to finish this in dramatic fashion. Canada outshooting the U.S. 42-28. Thinking back to Four Nations, this the best Team Canada had played against the U.S. in the last 3 games, and this is the one where they'll go home empty-handed.
Trading chances. Canada gets caught up nice little bit. Jack Hughes all alone, and he goes underneath Jordan Binnington. You knew it wasn't going to last long. There's chances both ends, but it's not the overtime that Canada will be thinking about. It's the 5, 6 grade A chances that they thought they should have scored on during the game and were not able to. Jack Hughes ends it 5-hole on Binnington, and Hughes is getting better and better, and you knew if this got to 3-on-3 he would be one of the real threats for the U.S.
Quinn Hughes kept them in the tournament with the overtime goal against Sweden, and now his kid brother with the goal that ensures a gold medal. And
those are the two guys, though.
Connor Hellebuyck. Those are the stars.
I mean, if there was a reputation of not being able to win the big one, not being able to come through when it matters most, that has got to go.
Well, the Johnny Gaudreau sweater has been in the dressing room, and that is a touching scene as the Gaudreau family. Emotional. Johnny would have been on this team. And a play by Werenski to set it up. And the USA winning both the men's and the women's in dramatic fashion, 2-1 in overtime. Megan Keller earlier, and now Jack Hughes.
Austin, Olympic gold medal for your country. I just love to know what you're feeling.
I don't even know. Man, it's so special. It's just to feel this feeling, to play for your country, and to do it in this kind of fashion. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's unbelievable. It's so special. I don't even know.
How would you describe this group? Because man, what a fight here today.
Man, just a resilient group. I mean, top to bottom. We're a team. Doesn't matter who gets it done. It's all about the team first. There's no just one individual, and it's just a special group of guys. And we're all so close. We came so close last year at the Four Nations, and even closer here. And man, it's such an incredible feeling. It feels so good. It feels so good.
We saw you and some others. They had the Johnny Gaudreau jersey out there. It's a beautiful tribute. How much has he been on everybody's mind?
Oh, he's been on everybody's mind. We have his jersey in the locker room every game. I mean, so many guys on this team that grew up with him, that played with him, extremely close with him. He's here with us in spirit, so it's awesome.
Jack Hughes, bloodied mouth, missing a bit of teeth, and provides the goal. Where does that think gonna go down in U.S. hockey history?
It's Mike Eruzione and then Jack Hughes right there. That's special. I can't imagine what he was feeling in the box there at the end of the third, but I mean, he's an incredible player, incredible person, and just a big time play there at the end.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is the difference of an inch here, an inch there. Canada outshot them 42-28. It was a valiant effort, but this is exactly why you play the game, because you do not know.
I just, the class of the players to making sure that the Goodrow jersey is part of the celebration.
Yes, that's beautiful.
That's phenomenal. You know, James, last night after Finland won the bronze medal,
they're bringing the kids out onto the ice. That's what Matthew was doing. How great is that?
That's phenomenal.
I think he's a little overwhelmed. But man, Dad would be looking down on this. What a moment.
Isn't that just a reminder that it's a family? It really is a family.
And the greatest selfie that Connor Hellebuck's ever taken.
Canada
win the big one, not be able to come through when it matters most. That has got to go.
Well, the Johnny Gaudreau sweater has been in the dressing room, and that is a touching scene as the Gaudreau family emotional. Johnny would have been on this team. Play by Werenski to set it up. And the USA winning.
I'm sure you can imagine as Canadians how excruciating it can be to just watch these types of games, and you had to do that here today, so I'm just wondering what you're feeling.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I definitely can feel that. It's a lot easier playing than watching, but you know, I think everyone should be proud the way the team performed. I thought that obviously we did everything but score. You know, we in every facet. We were so good today. I thought we deserved better, and unfortunately, you know, didn't come away with the win.
How close did it come to you playing here in this gold medal game?
I was pretty close. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I wasn't able to go out there and do what I needed to do in order to help the team. So at that point, you got to make a decision that's best for the group. And yeah, not an easy one, but you know, that's hockey.
So how did you find ways to at least try to be impactful if you're not on the ice here today?
It's hard. It's hard. I think you just, you know, try to be around and be a positive influence. You know, I thought that the way we played all tournament, even the games leading up, I thought we were really good and we were tested. You know, in some of those games, it's not easy to get to this point, and we just found ways. And I thought one of our best games was probably today. You know, and unfortunately, you know, it doesn't work out for us. But like I said, just really proud of the group and the way we competed and the way we played.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And the USA for gold in overtime. Just like old times, Chris Cuthbert.
A lot of prayers being said across the country right now. Mike Johnson, I didn't think this could exceed the hype after a 12-year wait, but it is.
It has been spectacular. Canada, all of these chances now find themselves on 3-on-3, and worth noting, teams did not switch ends for overtime. So both will have the shorter change as they get going, and it's going to be the big guys. McDavid, McKinnon, Makar.
Connor McDavid, 19 career overtime goals, regular season and playoffs. Make it 20 if you count last year when he won it in overtime in Boston. Can he do it again? Matthews and Boldy with Quinn Hughes, McKinnon, McDavid, and Makar. Either going with their face-off, get-off plan to start. Again, 20 minutes, 3-on-3. And if they don't decide it after 20, we'll resurface the ice and do it again. No shootout to decide this.
No way this is making another intermission. No way.
And off the draw, looked like Canada was going to get it. And McDavid with a great stick does earn first possession. But it looked like the U.S. had it. 97. Going to take it in. And he fanned on the shot. And has to get back defensively. He'll fly down the ice. Quinn Hughes with Matthews. Drops it off Boldy. Hughes and Bennington with a great glove stop. U.S. with the first chance. McKinnon's going to turn back as they were changing. But the U.S. was. McKinnon right on. Hellebuyck's got to eat it. Face off in the U.S. zone. And we almost finish it twice in the first 36 seconds.
Hey, Jordan Bennington, what can you say? What a save to stop it. One-timer by Quinn Hughes. He's way out of the net. You think he might be vulnerable to lateral plays? Hughes puts it upstairs, and just with the tip of the glove, Bennington keeps this game alive.
Horvat now with Celebrini and Taves. Out against Trocheck, and Horvat wins the draw. He's been better in that department, and now he does go off. Celebrini kicks it back. And Mitch Marner, a hero against Czechia in overtime. Celebrini over the line. The youngster gives it to Taves. Back to Celebrini, cuts inside, shoots, and that's off a leg. And now a lead feed, they try to spring McAvoy, fumbled it. Marner gets it back. Macklin, Celebrini, the U.S. changing, and now Makar comes back, lost the handle, but it goes to Celebrini. He'll turn it back and put it on the stick of the captain. The captain won it in 2010. The guy wearing the C trying to end it here. McDavid in. Stick check by Hellebuyck. Now Werenski shoves it ahead. Almost turned over. Now almost a 3-on-1. Back was McKinnon in front. John scores. Jack Hughes has won it for the United States. On the anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, Team USA wins in overtime and has their third ever men's Olympic gold medal. .141, the time of the goal. Jack Hughes, who's been coming on in this tournament, able to finish this in dramatic fashion. Canada outshooting the U.S. 42-28. Thinking back to Four Nations, this the best Team Canada had played against the U.S. in the last 3 games, and this is the one where they'll go home empty-handed.
Trading chances. Canada gets caught up nice little bit. Jack Hughes all alone, and he goes underneath Jordan Binnington. You knew it wasn't going to last long. There's chances both ends, but it's not the overtime that Canada will be thinking about. It's the 5, 6 grade A chances that they thought they should have scored on during the game and were not able to. Jack Hughes ends it 5-hole on Binnington, and Hughes is getting better and better, and you knew if this got to 3-on-3 he would be one of the real threats for the U.S.
Quinn Hughes kept them in the tournament with the overtime goal against Sweden, and now his kid brother with the goal that ensures a gold medal. And
those are the two guys, though.
Connor Hellebuyck. Those are the stars.
I mean, if there was a reputation of not being able to win the big one, not be able to come through when it matters most, that has got to go.
Well, the Johnny Gaudreau sweater has been in the dressing room, and that is a touching scene as the Gaudreau family. Emotional. Johnny would have been on this team. What a play by Werenski to set it up. And the USA winning both the men's and the women's in dramatic fashion, 2-1 in overtime. Megan Keller earlier, and now Jack Hughes. Philippe Poulin has experienced that and knows the feeling. Well, it's a classic. It just won't be remembered as fondly as other games where Canada found a way. And Connor Hellebuyck looks a little like Jim Craig right now. Final 40 minutes of regulation, 33-18. Canada tilted the ice. And we'll think back at so many chances that just didn't go, and the brilliance of Connor Hellebuyck to make sure his team stuck around for overtime. McDavid leads the handshake line for Team Canada. Nelson, his grandfather won at Squaw Valley, his uncle Dave Christian, part of the Miracle on Ice team, and now another member of that family, a third-generation gold medal winner, will take gold back to War Road, Minnesota.
Accueillir les médaillés. Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The medals will be presented by.
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Monsieur Batouchik Batmon, membre du CIO. IOC member.
Membro del CIO.
Mademoiselle Danka Erbekova, membre du CIO. Olympienne, une médaille de bronze. IOC member, Olympian, one bronze medal.
Membro del CIO, medaglia di bronzo olimpica.
Accompagné by.
Accompagnati da
Monsieur Luc Tardy, président de l'IIHF. IIHF President.
Presidente del IIHF.
Monsieur Peter Giza, vice-président senior de l'IIHF. Olympien, une médaille de bronze. IIHF Senior Vice President, Olympian, one bronze medal.
Vicepresidente senior del IIHF, medaglia di bronzo olimpica.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant du Canada. Silver medalist representing Canada.
Medaglia d'argento per il Canada.
Suzuki. Nick Suzuki. Celebrini. Thomas Harley. Seth Jarvis. Shea Theodore. Nathan McKinnon. Darcy Kemper. Brandon Hagel. Tom Wilson. Josh Morrissey. Logan Thompson. Jordan Bennington. Colton Marenko. Mark Stowe. Brad Marchand. Cindy Crosby. Drew Doughty. Mitch Marner. Connor McDavid. Médaillé d'or et champions olympiques représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique. Gold medalists and Olympic champions representing the United States of America.
Medaglia d'oro e campioni olimpici degli Stati Uniti d'America.
Jerry Zach Wierenski. Jack Eichel. J.T. Miller. Matt Boldy. Brock Faber. Noah Hannafin. Vincent Trough. Matthew Katcha. Dylan Lockheed. Charlie McElroy. Brock Nelson. Jake Arkansas. Austin Matthews. Connor Halbach. Wayne Hughes. Jay Gansel. Gage Thompson. Jacob Slower. Carl Connor. Jake Sanderson. Jack Hughes. Blake Cover.
at least to take the face-off. Connor McDavid and Macklin Celebrini out against Jack Eichel and the Kachucks. Here we go in the Olympic gold medal game. Hellebuyck out of the net. Brock Faber, McDavid after it, then a bump there. Up along the boards as the puck comes loose. Here's a chance, and that shot just wide by Eichel. McDavid hit by Eichel. Sanheim ahead. Marner hit, but Suzuki follows up, but Team Canada out. Suzuki with Stone over the line. Here's Stone, and a glove saved by Hellebuyck. Hughes back to get it. Wrapped it around the boards. McKinnon after it. Knocked by Matthews out, and Boldy flipping it through, trying to break through. He does, and scores! Matt Boldy for the United States. Of the tournament for Boldy at the 6-minute mark in the gold medal game.
That's about as pretty as you can imagine. Self-chip, and then he picks it out of the air again. The ability to explode through.
Draped along the end boards, got a big power play goal against Finland. But goes loose, and Hagel off the side of the net. Hagel after it again. It's Miller. And behind the net, Trocheck battling there, dropping his stick. Horvat, and a left-hand stop by Binnington in tight. Now McKinnon back, across for Sanheim, and he'll drive it around. That'll come to McKinnon. Back to the line, Sanheim, glove stop. Connor Hellebuyck. Eichel on that far side. And now Thompson trying to center, denied by Harley. Under 2 minutes to go here in the first period. Thompson tried to jam off the side of the net. Puck came loose and rolled out by Suzuki.
Hear that one tick the post.
That puck got by Marner and skitters down, but not icing, so Hellebuyck will stop it up. Mark Stone lost an edge. Jack Eichel into Team Canada territory. Snapped that shot right on.
Game in the tournament so far, and he's so good at skating that puck way out in front of him. That long reach and his incredible strength. It's pretty good looking on Jordan Binnington from the angle.
So Taves battles and McKinnon gets on it. Here's McKinnon spinning it. McDavid fires and off Hellebuyck and just wide as it leaked past the goaltender. Unable to come up with it. It's Sanheim to Stone. Back it goes down. He called for it. Got it. Shot! And Hellebuyck was going the other way on the tip. He can't clear. Marner with it. Spins it back. Thomas Harley off the post. Hit the base of the post. Kept in. Nice shift here. And the shot by Marchand is stopped by Hellebuyck. Taves gave it away. Chance, and Binnington with a stop off Nelson. It'll come to Sanheim. Defers to McKinnon. Theodore front, and a toe stop by Hellebuyck on a tic-tac-toe play. In behind the net, Jack Hughes after it. In front, and that goes off the skate to Larkin. Larkin to Thompson. Binnington out to make that stop. And he'll cover up front, and Binnington kicked that away. Looked a little awkward there as if maybe something wrong with his skate as he spun in the goal crease. Centered in front, back in. Oh, nothing awkward there. Clear, Slavin, shot, hit a leg in front. Breakaway. Connor McDavid is in to tie it. And stopped by Hellebuyck.
He wanted a hook on that too.
Celebrini down low. Back for McDavid. Celebrini. McDavid. Celebrini. And Hellebuyck made the stop. And again, Nathan McKinnon with Theodore ready to go. Jay Theodore, Celebrini. Theodore again. McDavid. Theodore. Celebrini right on. And Hellebuyck. Marchand, Marner. McCarr again. One penalty done. Marner. Down low. Marchand. And Hellebuyck didn't give him anything to shoot at. With the way he was playing, I'm surprised they didn't play him more. Here's McCarr across Taves, and that almost leaked through. This time Trocheck loses a defensive zone drop. And Parayko shooting through traffic. Hellebuck looking around the... And Parayko out of the reach of Celebrini, gets it back in front. Oh, rolled it right just wide. And the U.S. clears that. Horvat, Hagel, and Suzuki. Different combination, goes to Taves. Makar downhill. Snoop scores! Cale Makar has time it.
All those icings, finally, watch the pick Brandon Hagel sets on Matt Boldy. That is running him right into the board. Draws Gensel underneath, cues up Makar, and this shot is perfection. Just above the pad, Horvat bothering guys in front. That's one-on-one. Makar, Hellebuck.
Get it tied up, Matthew Tkachuk, back to Quinn Hughes. Walking the line, and staying with him, Seth Jarvis. Stick came up on Jarvis. It's Faber with shot, and that off the bar. Was that in? Ends up at the side of the net, reloading for Taves. Devon Taves for Marner. Makar's on the move. Mitch Marner wide, in front, Taves. Oh, it went out the other way. As Hellebuck got a piece of it, Taves had an open net.
It was a great rotation up top. Mitch Marner throws it to the back door. Oh, he saved it. Hellebuck got his shaft of his stick on it. Taves is poking in the empty net. You think there's nothing there? Hellebuck.
He looked like he was going to get away. And now a shot by McAvoy. And now Celebrini is away. He's got a break. Backlund, Celebrini. Rebound is stopped. Harley. Parayko, and he drifts that wide. Knocked down by Wilson. Harley again. Parayko, try it again. Right on. And that sticks to Connor Hellebuck. Thomas Harley. Seth Jarvis. Hagel goes after it. Around it goes, cut off there. Here's a chance in front of Horvat. Now to McKinnon. Makar moving. Across it goes. They try to get it back. It's in front. Oh! McKinnon missed an open side. What a chance for Nathan McKinnon. He'll take a lap. Quinn Hughes to the line. And across. Binnington down. A rebound. Takes Thompson after it. And the U.S. comes close. Here's Marchand in. Marchand around. And in front of the net. Shot to the line. And blocked by the defenseman. Hellebuck still down. And it won't go. Still looking for the go-ahead goal. Back to the line. Sanheim across. Theodore shot. And Connor Hellebuck got over there. And now McDavid. Sanheim to Celebrini. And across, McKinnon galloping in. Pivots back in. Stop to the rebound. Matthews sizes it up. Challenged by Horvat. Back to Hughes. A one-time front. Loose in front. Binnington down. And it leaked out the other way. Werenski to Boldy again. Second unit on. Jack Hughes in the slot. Binnington stopped to the rebound. Knocked wide. Half minute left in the power play. Neil Makar for Nathan McKinnon. McKinnon down low. Tip. Oh! Went by and Celebrini. And he fanned on the shot. And has to get back defensively. He'll fly down the ice. Quinn Hughes with Matthews. Drops it off Boldy. Hughes and Binnington with a great glove stop. Now Werenski shoves it ahead. Almost turned over. Now almost a 3-on-1. Back was McKinnon in front. Shot scores. Jack Hughes has won it for the United States. They'll go home empty-handed.
Trading chances. Kenny gets caught up nice little bit. Jack Hughes all alone, and he goes underneath Jordan Binnington. You knew it wasn't going to last long. There are chances both ends, but it's not the overtime that Canada will be thinking about. It's the 5-6 grade A chances that they thought they should have scored on during the game and were not able to. Jack Hughes ends it 5-hole on Binnington, and Hughes is getting better and better. And you knew if this got to 3-on-3, he would be one of the real threats for the U.S.